into your life. Help me to decide. Help me make the most of freedom and of pleasure. Nothing ever lasts forever. Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you, holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world. The world.
Today's matchup. Jin Air Green Wings. Africa Freaks. Lotte Kokalkon League of Legends Champions Korea Spring 2016 Wildcard.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Kappa Prize and Kappa Rosses, let's meet the two coaches and Caster Jun before we head into the spring playoffs in League of Legends Champions Korea. And Caster Jun will be here with us, standing in front of the interview booth, not sitting in there, having a word with the two head coaches of Jin Air and Africa. Coach Han of Jin Air. Let's meet him first. To your left is Jin Air's coach, Coach Han. Now, do you have any words to start off this interview? Thank you for all the fans that have been flooding the studio today. Oh, please hold your mic closer to your mouth. Now, Coach Kang of Africa. It's been a really, really tough season for us. And I do not want to disappoint our fans today. So I will be cheering from the booth just as anyone else. Now, a lot of teams are kind of afraid of Africa because of the streak they've had in the second round. They have started the first round very poorly, but have come back extremely strong in round two. Now, while you were preparing for this match, what was your largest concern? Well, this match is not a regular season game. It's a playoff game. I think our team has a lot of experience behind our backs to be able to play very well. And the fans have been cheering for Africa and not cheering for us today because they are the underdogs. And hopefully, with the pressure off our shoulders, we should be able to perform very well. Now, a lot of famous players have left your team. Now, Trace, the last player left on the original team, has been doing really well. Did you expect him to do well? Well, not really, but he has been doing well, so I guess that's that. And hopefully he'll show his top form tonight as well. Moving on to Coach Kang. On the other hand, Africa, you guys should be hoping to continue to push your streak. Well, Jin Air is a really good team, but so are we, and we should be able to take the series tonight. The fans have been saying if there are no expectations on Jin Air, they do well. Are you maybe afraid about this a little bit? Well, not necessarily. And I think the other coach here, Coach Han, has been a little nervous, and he's been spitting words that he don't really mean tonight. No, you look pretty nervous. You're sweating a little bit on the forehead, and the mic is shaking a little bit. Well, yeah, I guess I am a little nervous, but yeah. Last 2 weeks, you lost 4 games in a row. Now, apart from the fans, have you been able to improve, you think? Well, it was a short time, but I think we've been playing well. Scrims have been going good. And today, I am going to be putting some pressure on the team, so hopefully the fans won't bang on too much. Now, before in round 1, Afrika was bad in team fights and rotations, but now you're good at both. What has changed? Well, along with Coach Jung, our other coach, the players have been trying really, really hard. And I think we have been stepping onto the final stages of development that I've planned out for the team for the second round of Spring Split. Coach Jung's very emotional words have gone public recently. Like, how did he grasp this concept within the team? How did that even figure out inside the team? Well, as I coach the team together with the other coaches, I think I pick the coaches that are emotional. And our former coach was pretty emotional too. And I guess I like coaches that can pull out the emotions in the players. And Coach Jung, he has a lot of really, really emotional sides, and those sides have been acting as a catalyst to our team. Now, we say Coach Jung is emotional, but Coach Han, you are also known among the players as quite an emotional coach. Yeah, Coach Jung, I agree, is very, very charismatic and is fit for a leader for the team. But however, now we treat our players very well as well, and yeah, I think we give them the emotional support they need. When the match is done, in case you lose, what happens to you and the support staff? Well, then we will have to support them very, very hard. Today, after the match, we're just gonna go grab a drink. Nothing too much. No cigars. Don't worry, Riot. Well, today, us, the Afrika Freaks, against the Jin Air Green Wings, we will be the feels good man at the end of the day. Let's call it that. Let's not do a direct translation of that one. Well, it seems like he's won this interview. However, today we will shut your eyes and put you down into the ground. And we will not be meeting the coaches personally like this until the match is over. And please give a round of applause to both of the coaches of the two teams playing today in the wildcard match, Jin Air Green Wings versus the Afrika Freaks. And that is the second time I've ever done an introduction to champions. I'm going to throw it over to you guys, Papa Smithy and Seth Achilleos, as the team do a very cringeworthy high five entrance into each of the booths.
Yes, good old scripted high fives. Welcome to Champions Spring, everybody. I'm Achilles, it's Papa Smithy, and we are here to kick off the first day of playoffs. It's our wild card match. We are here in Korea, not, NA or EU, wild card. A little interesting term being thrown around there. But, of course, it's Africa Freaks versus Jin Air Green Wings. A very important match coming in here because the team that wins moves on to face SK Telecom in the next round. Winner of that, on to KT, and then onward to ROX Tigers.
People got to start running the gauntlet, Achilles. My voice slowly creeping back. I've left that.
He's recovered pretty well.
That quiet voice back in Jonjo. I've got my Yongsan voice back on. Hopefully going to have my real voice back soon. But regardless, it's a different feel in the air because it's playoff time. It's the wild cards, but it's not the same. We had a wild card last season. Ironically, Jin Air was in it. It was Jin Air versus Najin this time in summer season. Jin Air went on to win that one and ran most of the gauntlet, but it was a best of three, just like today. But they had a blind pick in the last match, Kilios, and sadly, this is our first best of series in OGN playoff history to not have blind pick.
Blind picks, may you rest in peace. We will miss you dearly. Fortunately, we'll not be seeing it today, but still going to be some exciting games coming out. Of course, Africa Freaks have been on an absolute tear recently, winning all of their games, taking down CJ and Jeonju just last week very handily, crushing out Samsung's hopes.
But let's look across the world first.
Yeah, let's take a look at the global standings. Of course, we did have our playoffs kick off in North America and EU. Finals are going to be Counterlogic Gaming versus TSM, the classic matchup.
Scripted.
Couldn't have it any other way. And then Origin and G2 over on the side of EU. Liquid versus Immortals.
Scripted.
It'd be an interesting one, Liquid versus Immortals. I think Liquid is going to take it. You guys have my vote and my support. As for H2K Fnatic, I still have to hand that one over to H2K personally.
I mean, all the memes write themselves. Liquid in prime position to claim fourth.
I think they can do third. I really think they can pull out third, but the forever fourth could very well happen. We'll see what it comes down to. I mean, we have to stay up really late if we want to watch those games. 4 a.m. for NALCS to be in for you.
A lot of our fans, of course, watching from places like NANU and watching at similar inhospitable times.
That's
so
very true.
They play it back this way, although the LMS is at a good time. LMS Gauntlet.
Yeah, not too bad. Taipei Assassins taking on Machi. I think CPA can actually run this entire gauntlet. They've been looking really good, but have to get through Machi first, which shouldn't be too difficult, but then onward to the Flash Wolves, and of course, the ever-looming AHQ Esports Club, who's just been on the top of that region since the beginning of time.
LPL playoffs started today. Vici Gaming took down LGD earlier right now on Riot Games 2. Snake Esports won a second game, so you guys can tune in for that. But we've got an excellent match, and you mentioned it, Africa versus Jin Air. This is a match that just a couple of weeks ago would have meant something so different, but right now, Jin Air on the way down, Africa Freaks certainly on the way up. But let's also take some of our series stats and talk about them. Smeb, of course, coronated as our MVP of the spring season.
Yeah, just dominating everybody else. 3 MVPs up over top of Someday, and a smattering of
And
more
you're going to
points
see a
over top of everyone
trend
else.
with the
That
KDAs.
you are. You're going to see a lot of trends here. So Smeb, of course, in that top side. Duke coming in below him. 1.2 differential there, and then it's very closely knit. But the top laners, of course, Smeb has to be at the top of that. Peanut in the jungle. What a surprise. What trend were you talking about, Papa Smithy? I don't know if I see it quite just yet.
I mean, some of these players will lower on the KDAs, but the ROX Tigers have really been boosting their KDA numbers. Prey, one of the most impressive ones, was way down the KDAs. Wasn't even top 5, but has pushed his way up. Kuro is your season KDA leader at 7.2 over in Champions.
Yep, Faker had to mess this up. It was going with a ROX Tigers SKT format for a little while there, but Faker falling behind.
Yes.
Bang, though.
Faker messing it up.
Yep.
Definitely a sentence that's said very often.
I could have kind of said that in his biz
Prey
game.
went from not in the top 5 to second overall in the whole league in KDA, which is very impressive.
Yeah, I thought Bang was above him, especially after that performance that we saw in Jeonju, getting the pentakill in the end. But, of course, Gorilla, who else is going to be on top for support? Very closely followed by Wolf, who had that hilarious play with the Tom Kench support against Spenu Sonic Boom. Some awesome Devour saves in there.
It was the one-man Medi-Evac getting everybody out of danger, but the ROX Tigers, first in the overall season, top 5, as in all their players top of the KDA rankings and the overall MVP. There's dominant seasons, and there's what the ROX Tigers has done in 2016 spring.
Absolutely. But we can see, like that, SKT almost netting all of the second place spots for the KDAs. But this is going to be the setup here for the
This is
playoffs.
the gauntlet.
Yep, the wild card to start us off. Winner goes on to SKT. Winner of that goes on to KT Rolster. And then the final boss of the ROX Tigers. And then whoever wins that claims first place and will go on to MSI.
So it'll be best of 3 today, guys, just like the regular season, but every other playoff match will be a
Best of 5. Quite true. So just a 2 game victory here for one of these teams to come out on top. And with the way that we've been seeing Africa perform compared to Jin Air as of late, you have to wonder, is Africa going to be able to close this out with a 2-0? Because they've been really stomping out their games in convincing fashion lately.
And we have seen a lot of play on this patch 6.6 already. We haven't moved to 6.7. It's still 6.6.
Will be 6.6 throughout the stretch of playoffs.
With Aurelion Sol disabled all the way through, and all the evidence points to the Afrika Freaks coming in the massive favorites. Remember, they also took down the Jin Air Green Wings just 2 weeks ago in 2-0 fashion. So they come in heavy favorites, but this is Jin Air. No changes to the roster for either side.
Yep.
It's the Jin Air roster you know and love.
Of course, Trace on the top side, Winged in the jungle, Kuzan in mid, and Pilot and Jay rounding out at AD as support. We'll see what's going to happen there with Pilot. Last couple times we've seen him, it's been some interesting builds.
He likes the Rage Blade.
He does like the Rage Blade Hurricane, Blade of the Ruin King Ash.
And look, we may see Rage Blade Ash again today. Actually, over in the NALCS, there was bans towards the Tristana, and that was, of course, because of Rage Blade Tristana, which has been seeing play in Korean solo queue. A lot of players are mixing it up when it comes to these Rage Blade AD carries. We'll talk about them if they crop up. Obviously, there's a payoff to the build if you get away with it. I have my skepticism about its power at different times in the game, but you know who I have no skepticism about? It's the Afrika Freaks, the real story of this season. Starting the season 1-6 and ending at 10-8 with an 8-2 stretch. Only losses to the Rocks Tigers and SK Telecom in the second half of the season. In fact, the only team they haven't beat over the course of the season in one of their best of threes is the Rocks Tigers.
Yeah, and that's a great record to be had. I mean, we were surprised when they beat SK Telecom, of course, in that first round. It was really impressive. Unfortunately, we weren't able to do it in the second one, but still. Afrika Freaks have been on an upward rise for quite some time, since the start of round 2. So what's it, the last 5-6 weeks now? Something like that?
And the more apparent story, though, is Jin Air. Actually 0-4 in their last matches. When we cast CJ, we talked about how CJ had a similar struggle.
Yeah.
But we listed the opponents CJ had. CJ had been playing against SKT, KT, Rocks. You look at the 4 teams that Jin Air lost to in their last 4 matches: Samsung, Afrika, Rocks, and Longzhou. It's not the same sort of lineup. Only 2 finals teams in that list, so it's definitely been a struggle for Jin Air.
Yeah, there was a point where you would say, like, oh, you know, they lost to Samsung. That's not too bad, but Samsung, with the way they were looking, especially playing against Kongju Monster just last week, that's a really troublesome statistic to have. If you are Jin Air Green Wings, we'll see this now on your screen. Only win that they've picked up now in those last 6 matches is against CJ Entus.
It's definitely a tale of 2 cities for both these teams. One team that started the season very strong and then fell away at the end, and then Afrika Freaks who started the season very poorly and have really strengthened. Just look at Afrika's record. So many impressive performances. 1 2-0 loss to the Tigers, but otherwise they have been utterly competitive in every series, and honestly, even in that Game 1 loss against the Tigers, they were competitive.
Yeah, and I mean, losing against the Tigers, it's fine. The only other loss that they have is against SK Telecom. That is a phenomenal run that these guys have been on for quite some time now, and they're going to be looking to continue that today. And honestly, I think that they might be able to do so. Jin Air just have not been looking good. Still not convinced by that Rage Blade Ash. We'll have to see if they're going to play around with it. I'm all for flexible picks as far as item builds go, but so
this
far,
again illustrates what we're talking about, of a tale of 2 rounds, the double round robin system of champions. Jin Air, round 1, looking great, 6-3, but then falling to 4-5. Afrika, basically the converse, 3-6 into 7-2. And I feel like the top lane really reflects that. Trace went from the overall KDA leader, by far the MVP leader, to having a very lean second half of the season. And Ixu, much like his teammates, struggled in the first half and had really cemented himself as one of the rising top laners in Champions, on the back of champions like Poppy, who was very much in the meta, and innovating champions like Top Gragas that really started to crop up in scenes across the world.
Yeah, and you can see that Ixu has been pretty balanced as far as his MVP pickups have been between the 2 rounds, whereas Trace very heavily concentrated into the first round, only getting 2 in the second. Just not been performing well. We were criticizing him last week for overextending, not playing safely like he usually does, and not capitalizing on opportunities that were safely presented to him. So just really fumbling at all sides and not able to make those big plays that we've known Trace to be able to do.
And of course, Champions playoffs are a bit different to the LCS, where we had teams that hadn't been spotted on the latest patch or after the meta had shifted. We've seen both these teams playing multiple series, multiple best of 3s on the latest patches. Jin Air have not impressed, and Afrika have looked great. So this is definitely one series where you throw your hat in as analyst and say everything points to Afrika winning, unless Jin Air have been doing some crazy work behind the scenes.
Yeah. Well, we're going to find out in just a few minutes as we get ready to get into that first game. Draft up on your screens. First band away, of course, is going to be Mickey's Twisted Fate. That has been respect band away from him, and I mean, I don't even know how many games it's been now. So many matches have gone by where that's just a must ban against him. Owlstar as well coming out against Che. It's going to be the follow-up on the Varus, which has just become that must-pick, must-ban champion. So these teams would rather ban it than have it on the board.
So the most powerful pick for the Afrika Freaks in particular, apart from Ixu's top lane pool, has been the Jungle Graves from Lyra. Lyra's looked massively impressive. We just casted a game with him last week where he brought off one of the most amazing 5th Dragon secures you could ever hope for. Quick drawing over the back of the pool, ulting back in as if it was 90 caliber net, and then stealing it with the smite. His Graves has been super powerful. It's been a power pick for the team. And actually, we're going to see a Graves ban on red side. Wing just played it, but not necessarily impressed on it. They don't want to give away the Graves, and that means that Rise insta-locked at first pick.
Yeah, a little interesting that they do ban the Graves. I don't think that Jin Air would have gone for this first, but Rise does get picked up here. But this does open up a plethora of other things that could be grabbed by Afrika. The Echo, most notably, going to be available coming into this round. Azir, of course, was banned away, as was Nidalee.
Sivir is available.
So Sivir is available. You could just go ahead, pick up that Echo and Sivir, or maybe secure another jungle pick, Kha'Zix. This is something that
and look, he's definitely hovering it here. This is a bit of fun. There's a real chance that Kha'Zix is locked in, just because Kha'Zix, it feels like on the way to buffs is good, but not in this round of the draft.
Yeah, you need to see more of the enemy team before you lock the Kha'Zix in. We saw this recently.
You take the Sivir is probably the strongest champion on this patch next to Rise, so
yeah,
makes
NA
a lot of
doesn't
sense.
play her.
Look, I watch drafts and I see Sivir and Rise falling through picks and bans sometimes, and I'm like, oh, I see.
And the Echo.
Interesting.
It was a bizarre draft during that TSM Immortals game. I don't know what was going on.
Well, I mean, you just look at the support picks that are being contested in NA and know that NA are definitely playing on their own little island when it comes to some of these global meta picks that have been very powerful. Speaking of champions that aren't big in NA, Trundle, most likely for the support role, it's picked up for Che.
Yeah. Kindred here. 4 wings, so we'll see what kind of jungler Lyra wants to match with. I'm not sure. I mean, obviously, like, Kha'Zix is somebody that we haven't seen widespread in quite some time, so I have no idea how that matchup even goes remotely for Kindred into Kha'Zix.
So the thing about Kha'Zix is that Kha'Zix is in the weight of multiple patches where he got buffed, and I feel like there's a world where he works. It's just when we finally saw Lyra break it out, it was with LeBlanc and the Kha'Zix and a very low wave play team. I believe it was Kalista AD carry. And it was one of those situations where you snowball early or you lose. But in a much more balanced comp, I think there's space for something like Kha'Zix, but not necessarily in a match as important as this one. Elise is the last meta jungle that's available. Nidalee banned away, Graves banned away, Kindred taken out. It's those top 4. Gragas is more of a top laner now with the way the meta's changed. Gragas jungle in some regions is still played, but not so much in champions. And it makes a lot of sense for Lyra to stick with the Elise.
Yeah, I saw maybe we would see the Gragas to displace off of the lamps or spite something like that, but it will be Elise, as you said, and Braum for Snowflower as well. Jin Air knows that Song Yoon wants that Kalista, so they might be able to pick around this. And now we can see Kuzan threatening this Zed pickup. We do not see the mid laner, of course, here for Mickey. Has been held for this last pick. Lucian gets locked.
We haven't seen Mickey actually counter-picking with red side. It seems like Afrika more been picking the Lulus and the safer laners and allowing Ixu to get the champion counter-pick. With the Echo lock early, makes sense to leave a pick open. What are we going to see from Mickey? It's going to be a mid-lane matchup against the Rise. A lot of potential champions you could run in there. Is it going to be something to try and pressure him in lane? Are they going to try and force Siren Push? He's got to Ignite Summoner spell selected, so definitely an outside chance of the Zed.
He is holding on to this hover for quite some time here, and we've seen this banned away from him considerable amount of times as well. Mickey very well known for his Zed as much as his Twisted Fate.
I'd be surprised. I feel like maybe Karma would be a bit...
I don't know.
That would make a bit more sense. Even Karma with Ignite to pressure, but Teleport would make a lot more. Corki is one of his standards. The last time these two teams played was famously the last time actually Mickey played Corki, where he blind packaged and then Valkyried into the enemy jungle and promptly died.
Yeah, that was an interesting play. It's like, sorry guys, and they're like, oh, it's okay. We're 15,000 ahead, and they were 7,000 ahead. But it will be the Corki locked in here for Mickey. So going for that champion that managed to worm his way through the picket ban here.
But
Last pick Corki, that's something we haven't seen in a while.
Sure, and it's a good laning matchup against Arise. He'll be able to free harass, but
I mean, you figure you're going to have a much earlier power spike than this Rise. He's going to have to double scale with a Rod of Ages and a Tier, so you can take advantage of that lane quite early.
And look, Jin Air's style is to play towards the late game, and again, we find ourselves in a match where late game, this Rise is going to have great targets to burst down. Both Corki, Sivir, not very much tankiness about them. He's got a very strong front line in front of them. Definitely there's a situation where Rise gets the late game and can overpower this Afrika lineup, but they have so much laning power. They could be pushing in all three lanes, and Jin Air's early game, which had been always defensive-minded, looked pretty organized at the start of the season, Wing putting down defensive vision. This is a situation where they have 3 losing lanes and a Kindred, probably going to be a Devourer Kindred.
Yeah.
Jin Air have been blown away in the early game multiple times recently, and this is certainly looking like another potential time where, unless they can really take this game early, you have to worry that this game might be over at the 25 minutes before any of these champions can scale.
Yeah, and Afrika has been proving consistently, time and time again, that they can perform in the early game. So Jin Air are going to have to hold on tight and try to make it that late game if they want to come out on top. Because scaling is going to take them quite some time. The only early game they really have is going to be Pilot on that Lucian. So this will be an interesting matchup and a great way to kick things off for playoffs. We'll see if Afrika can continue this meteoric rise to the top and go on to face SK Telecom by taking down Jin Air Green Wings, or if Jin Air is going to have a return to form. We'll find out. Let's get right into game 1. It's coming at you in just a few seconds.
Holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you. Feel what you
All right, look at that.
It's a bit of magic in the air, Achilles. Only that one time of year, spring playoffs.
And I am excited to be here. My first playoffs here, Champions, Papa.
Well, strap yourselves in. It's only a best of 3, but
Myself in.
Yeah,
All
yourself.
of myselves.
you and your ego, of course, strap them both in because
Fair
this
enough.
could be an exciting one. Jin Air, of course, want to pull it late. They wanna
Oh,
pull it
yeah.
long. We're going to start with a pause. Maybe we're even going to start with a bit of fill time, Achilles.
What better way to get things going for my first playoffs?
We
It's like
can
my
set
first
the
cast.
narratives now.
Yeah, we could. I mean, I think we've set the narrative, but
There's more narrative to this.
do tell.
I mean, this is just a really interesting match. Jin Air,
Oh, of course it is.
Jin Air's fall or failures or why they've fallen down, it's kind of one of those mental exercises where Jin Air, when they were doing well, you're kind of like, I don't really know why this team is winning. And now they're losing. I don't really know why this team is losing. And it's to some degree because the meta kind of moved past them. The meta right now is very much about double TP. It's very much about ranged junglers, Graves, Kindred, Nidalee, and Elise. These are all the junglers that we either banned or picked in this series. And it just feels like the meta has gone so far from the start of the season, where Trace was surprising us with carry top after carry top, with lane pressure. In this lane swap meta, Jin Air have really struggled to get away with delaying the games, opting to 4-5 dragons and taking it down because they've just been blown out in the mid game. Big double teleport plays, of course, the Rox Tigers innovating the likes of the Lissandra Maokai flanks and Sivir just wave clearing in mid. These are sort of plays that Jin Air just haven't been as good at working around and to really held them down. Whereas Afrika, their genesis into a top side has been just one of the coolest things of all.
Yeah, it's been pretty crazy how much of a turnaround these had. Just basically polar opposite starts here. We thought Afrika was going to be starting off and having a good season, and they really just tanked out in round 1, and Jin Air, against all odds, surprised the hell out of us by really outperforming themselves. And now we hit round 2, and suddenly just like, oh wait, we were supposed to be doing this instead. And they just turn things around, and suddenly everything is going swimmingly for Afrika and not so well for Jin Air, as they're looking like they might be drowning.
Drowning under the lights, but Afrika have certainly been swimming. They've been swimming upwards. They've been swimming up the stream. It's been Jin Air the ones that have been
Yep.
definitely on the free fall.
Be
And
the Afrika Salmons. Salmon, I guess, is just the.
That's
the
true.
term.
That is their plural name. The double ward, Lyra, denied.
The salmons. English sometimes.
English is tough, but we'll try and keep our command of it together. But a freakish story, just their genesis. Because, I mean, Rebels Anarchy last season, Mickey and Friends is what we affectionately called them. Does Mickey get that assassin and carry, or do they lose? That was basically the story with the Afrika Freaks, with the Rebel Anarchy. And then over the course of the offseason, had no sponsor. Famously, Mickey was #1 challenger with the username Please Sponsor Anarchy. Afrika, the streaming platform, Afrika.tv, finally sponsored Afrika right at the end. Only went into effect just about a week before Champions started, and it was definitely not a honeymoon phase. 1-6 for their start to the season. They were struggling. They still very much. I feel like the first series was the most interesting because the season started with Afrika versus KT. Afrika against their old coach Achani, as we see the Afrika fans.
Oh yeah, everybody
Showing.
just sporting these images of the entire Afrika roster. Lots of support coming up for these guys.
With his standard lanes, but that first match, it was Afrika against their old coach, who was playing support for KT, of course, and Shani. And the first two bans, Twisted Fate and Zed. And for the next 7 series, every single game, teams would copy pick those bans. They would always ban Twisted Fate and Zed. And Mickey would have no answer, and there was no other carries on the lineup. But just because Mickey has always absorbed those 2 bans, finally the rest of his team started to pick up champion pools that really did play into the meta. Ever since their upswing, they were 1-6, and in the season 10-8, in that upswing, they're 7-0 with Sivir. So Sangyu showing that he can play the Sivir to go along with the Kalista that he played very well. Look at Ixu, gets a lot more poppy than anyone else does.
And Lyra.
And Lyra getting the Graves, 10-2 on Graves ever since that 1-6 loss streak. So finally the team developed with what they were given. They were given a superstar assassin mid laner. He was answered by bans, and now the rest of the team have done their job. They've had the freedom to get access to priority picks like Kalista, Sivir, and Ryze that just other teams can't get because they don't have a single player that demands so much respect. And from that respect, they've actually turned into a 5-man lineup that can play early, they can take it late, they have good shot calling. They were always a strong early game team. Even when they were 1-6, they were top 4 in terms of goal difference at 15. But they just put it all together, and that's why it's a pleasure to see them on the river.
Yep. And Mickey's been making strides to move away from just those assassin-centric champions.
His most played champion this season is Lulu, which is a bizarre thing to think about.
Which has had its ups and down moments, I would say, for his Lulu performance, but overall, Afrika as a whole, as you said, have just been coming into their own. You can see, though, a little bit of a dive attempt here up on the top side. Ixu going to get locked down. Of course, does not have that ultimate available. TP coming through as Lyra again trying to finish this off. Repel comes up. Jumps back over to the waves, but Kuzan arrives and will be able to trade back a kill. So it's going to be a 1-for-1, but first blood goes over to the Freaks.
That was a bit messy. That was a bit of playoff jitters. We actually heard the Jin Air coach in the pre-game interview talking about the potential advantage of having played in playoffs before, and that was definitely rough execution. Lyra's execution's been great. Hasn't been playing these skill shot junglers. Mostly been playing the Graves. He missed the Cocoon, and from there, the juggling of the aggro wasn't ideal. Sure, they go 1-for-1, but Ryze picking up a blue buff helps his early game in lane against the Corki. Won't be able to go pick up the early tier, but exiting lane doesn't lose much, only a bit of CS, and in general, that's a lot ventured for not much gained for the Afrika Freaks.
Yep. That's going to be a nice pickup there for Kuzan. Start the scaling items coming in even faster. Wings coming up here. Frog's not going to jump over the wall. Doesn't want to jump straight into the face of Lyra. Will spot out this ward.
It's worth noting that standard lanes is exactly what Afrika were looking for. We mentioned that they have winning lanes in at least 2 out of the 3, but you definitely give early, perhaps the advantage to Maokai. We're going to see Lyra return to top.
Yeah, Ixu going to get the shield. Cannot
Minion
find my
was
stun.
so big.
Yeah, massive wave. Do not want to fight in that one, so Lyra and Ixu just going to have to back off.
We'll lose the pink ward as well. This is the second time they've kind of traded down with how much they've committed to ganking top.
Yep, we can see Ixu taking a lot of punishment there.
So the
by
reason,
tracing that wave.
The reason why you see Lyra visiting top, obviously in this case it's because he's already blown the flash, but the other reason is that the other 2 lanes naturally win. This is the only lane that early Maokai actually does fine against Echo. It's only when Echo gets items and levels that he really starts to become too much for Maokai to handle, so Lyra just trying to help the one question mark lane.
Who's on though? Can he engage on? That's going to be the exhaust coming through. Flash
Oh!
predicts the flash. gets the cocoon underneath the tower, but Lyra gets locked up, repels there, taking the safety. TP comes in from Trace. Can he get any real damage in here onto this Elise? Might go down for it. One more auto attack, a flash forward by Mickey, takes him down. Nicely executed by Afrika, and a beautiful prediction by Lyra with that cocoon.
Well, Lyra, the jitters in the first one, acceptable if you're going to pull off a really smart
He
prediction.
shook it off real quick.
On the 45-degree cocoon, very nicely played, and then the health bar, you just felt like Trace assumed that the health bar would be low on Lyra, tried to take him down in one burst, couldn't do it, and suddenly, Afrika had a massive early advantage. Look at the gold, it's 1,300 gold at 6 minutes.
That was wonderfully played by Afrika in that mid side. Wish we got a replay of it,
Look at that.
because that was a wonderful catch onto Trace.
Trace was already 15 CS down in lane. Ixu didn't have to follow, he could just push up the lane. Gets the Dark Seal, this has been the trademark build, of course. Dark Seal to get more potion value and theoretically some AP in the late game if you get synergized with some stats.
I said onto Trace, onto Kuzan.
Sure. That's okay, Achilles.
Ow. They both died.
They're both Jin S solo laners.
Who happened to die in the exchange. But yeah, like you said, early lead coming out here.
Again, the early lead means so much when the early power spikes are also there for Afrika, and we have to keep mentioning it. Devourer Kindred has to be expected to be the jungle enchant. That's been basically only Devourer Kindred.
There you
It's
go.
confirmed now with the recurve bow pickup. Low lane pressure, losing early lanes, and a Devourer jungler. If Afrika keep up their previous game style, which has been early objectives, it's been keeping the pressure on early, I don't see how Jin won't just roll over and die.
I have to agree with you, Papa Smithy. I don't see it either. See, though, pretty much a stalemate in that bottom side for the moment. No one really inching ahead. Song Yu keeping even with Pilot just about as far as the CS goes. Has had to use his biscuit. I was going to say potion, but had to use his biscuit. Keep himself alive down there. Taking a little bit of harass here. As Jay is using those pillars very aggressively to set up for those piercing lights at the double tap.
It's worth noting that even though I've talked about bot lane being a losing matchup, Lucian does trade very well with Sivir early. I'm mostly talking about lane pressure.
Sure.
Sivir should be able to push it out, especially after the first item, but we'll lose the trades early with the piercing light.
And you can't really get out-shoved either because you have that ricochet with boomerang blades.
Lane pressure is going to be the issue, is that if you have winning lanes, if you have lanes with pressure, the likes of Sivir, something like a Corki with the Kindred, then Kindred finds that space to focus mostly on farming, but be there for the counter ganks. In this situation where you're always worried about turret dives, where you're always worried about invasions onto the Kindred, it just becomes that much more difficult for the Kindred to balance stacking up the Devourer and also ensuring that the lanes just don't fall hopelessly behind.
Yep, you can see Tyr and the Catalyst of the Protector have been picked up here by Kuzan. He's going to just start that ever-scaling climb for himself. We'll be seeing that a Rod of Ages coming in the next, I don't know, 7-8 minutes, probably, hopefully, for his sake. Did get that second kill of the game, so has a little bit of extra gold in his pocket, over top the CS numbers as well. But Mickey coming back already has the Phage with the Sheen. Going to be doing a lot of damage as well with that Brawler's Glove, so Grit in tow.
One of the fun things about getting standard lanes against Jin to go on is because of this lane advantage and the pressure advantage they have in their lanes, also the fact that it's Elise versus Kindred. In terms of jungle pressure advantage, they have that as well. If this had been a lane swap, you know, simply that you would have been able to dodge these tough matchups, but the other flow-on effect from lane swaps is that you trade objectives, right? It's all about turrets being traded, but also Rift Herald traded for Dragon, things like that. There's no free objectives in standard lanes, so Afrika won't be giving away free Dragons or free Rift Heralds. They might actually be dominating both those if they get in a position to take the Dragon shortly. And so Jin might actually be without a Dragon or a turret for an extended amount in this game, just because they haven't picked lanes that get the sort of pressure that opens up things like Dragons or Rift Heralds as realistic early pickups.
Well, I do see that the bottom lane of Afrika have swapped over to the top side of the map. Now going to be going for some deep warding. And we could see a really late swap and these tower trades coming out all the same. So Rift Herald down here. Of course, Lyra rocking the buff, so they come from the top side. They're going to be able to work this tower down very quickly.
At least with the Rift Herald buff, so a range jungler, very good at taking turrets. Jin by far second to this, and they're against Sivir and a Rift Herald, so this is certainly going to be a 2-for-1 trade unless Afreeca do something, and no, unless Jin do something, and no, they're in no position to respond.
I think Jin Air have to probably just go for the Dragon after this one. Mickey, though, getting engaged on Ixu coming around the side, not going to be able to land the parallel convergence. Goes off the Time Winder, will not connect. The tier 2 goes down in the top side of the map. Jin Air just now getting to the tier 2. And now we can see Afreeca just going to pinch around to this mid side. Is warded out in the jungle, so they will be spotted. But they're going to go ahead and net themselves this turret. So going to trade the bot tier 2, but they net the mid tier 1 as well. So overall, it's going to be a 3-for-2 in favor of Afreeca.
Remember, this is also a 4-for-2 effectively. It's Rift Herald and 3 turrets just for 2. And while Jin Air can put down a ward around Dragon, they're certainly in no position to pick it up. Afreeca got so many objectives and crucially took down Ryze's mid lane turret. The outer mid lane turret, Ryze is a weak laner, always been famous for being turret dive. Now he has even less space to find safe farms. Certainly the sort of champion that doesn't apply lane pressure, probably going to have to be hanging around his inner turret. This is great because now Ryze is scaling, picking up that safe farm. It's going to be so much more shallower in terms of the map, and it's going to be more free objectives for Afreeca.
Yeah, we can see Mickey completing the Trinity Force here at the 12-minute mark. Going to be vastly ahead of Kuzan in any of his items as he goes back just to get the Blasting Wand. And pretty sure Mickey is just going to go ahead and go straight for a Hex Drinker second item. It'll just give him that much more trading potential against this Ryze in the mid lane.
This game has been played at exactly the pace Afreeca Freaks want it to be. Trinity Force versus literally just component parts of Ryze's late game items is unbelievable. Trinity Force Scorpion's most famous one-item power spike in the game. No way for them to even come close to contesting Dragon.
Yep.
They're going to try and peek around.
Well, they're going to try to contest this one as the TP does
I
come
don't know
out from the
about this.
Maokai, being matched here by Ixu as well. Snowflower taking a lot of damage, going to have to hightail it out of here. Kuzan on the chase in the backside. Now Afreeca actually getting split up a little bit. It's going to be Snowflower going down. Repel comes through from Lyra. Looks like he will be able to escape, but Ixu not going to be able to say the same. So they get the Dragon, but they do lose 2 members off of that play. So maybe getting a little overzealous there. Afreeca not able to pull back fast enough.
That was a really messy shot calling from Afreeca. I thought they'd be fine. Again, they had the item timings to do it. But just the way this fight went, they all fan back. The teleport in second is like, and it is also an Echo teleport. The thing to remember here is that Echo's teleports obviously impact much slower and much more reactionary, much more setup time than the Maokai, so they get 2 quick picks. Both Mickey and Sangyu with so much gold over their opponents, unable to get any auto attacks in at all. So credit to Jin Air making a playoff where I didn't think they had any chance to.
Yeah, it looks like a little bit of a split call coming out from Afreeca. Started moving back down the river instead of just exiting up to the top side. If they had exited with Snowflower, maybe they still would have lost him, but they would have been able to get out alive, maybe even taking down Kuzan at the same time. So, a little bit of interesting plays coming out from them on the backside of that Dragon. Still are maintaining a bit of a lead here. As we can see, it's about 1.4 thousand gold. They're looking to add a little bit more to that tally as they start pressuring out this bottom tier 1 tower, the last tier 1 standing on the opposing side of the map. But still not going to be able to find any opening for it quite just yet.
There's those teleport plays where Jin Air can try and get back into the game. I mentioned it's not that strong, so they look poor trying to pull off the double teleport plays that the Rocks Tigers made famous in recent weeks. But, well, we've seen another teleport play.
Yeah,
to
TP
speak
coming in
about
from Kuzan. Snowflower just going to flash over the wall. Sangyu eating that culling. Solo slowed up by the pillar. He's going to go down. Pilot finds the kill. Not going to be able to find one on Snowflower as he does use Stand Behind Me to get the safety, but a nice pick off by Jin Air. Net themselves the kill lead. However, Rift Herald, second of the game, going down to Afreeca up on that top side of the map. So, Afreeca not sitting back and letting themselves be punished. They are picking up global objectives here while their members fall. But still, Jin Air looking like they're finally able to make some plays to get themselves back into this game.
Yeah, this is actually a development in the Jin Air playbook that they're able to pull off these cross-map picks with their double teleport. It is a TP advantage because Corki is taking Exhaust in the mid lane, poking up a teleport mid lane, just like Azir would be picking up those combat summoners. But the thing for Afreeca is that their late game team fight is strong, but it's not the teleport engage that we think of. It's not teleport flank Maokai. It's not teleport flank Ryze. It's again about being organized. In the late game, you can be a 5-man group and be very powerful. But in the early game, with a teleport disadvantage, with a reactionary champion like Echo, much more hard for them to impact lanes. So Jin Air taking advantage of the picks they have, getting picks across the map. It's just needing to translate that into objectives to answer what was Afrika's really smart early Rift Herald push.
Well, we can see full 5 members of either side gravitating down towards the spot lane. Trace, no TP available quite just yet. Gonna be the late one to arrive. Kuzan roaming down around that red buff as well. No wave here, so not gonna be able to get any real damage in onto that tower. Wing takes a little bit of a chunk, but still gonna have that Lamb's Respite available in his pocket should he need to pull it out. Ixu looks like he's gonna go ahead and roam back up toward this mid side. TP not up for him, so this should be the disengage from Afrika. You don't want to posture too far forward without the bulk of your team.
As you mentioned, back away, no other neutral objectives to pick up. Looking at the gold leads. Again, just really efficient early item build from Mickey. As Lyra gets stunned up.
Yeah, completely pinned into that wall, taking a lot of damage, has to repel up, but there's nowhere to go. Jumps on the Pilot, flashes over the wall. The Pilot will be able to chase with a dash, and finishes him off with the piercing light. Nicely played there by Jin Air. Unfortunately for Lyra, just getting stuck in the wall where he could not go. Kind of amazed that he didn't just flash out of that wall and go toward his team instead of repelling into the enemy, but a little bit of a misplay there. Mickey coming in, trying to get Pilot. Valks forward, exhausted, but the TP immediately being matched here by Trace. Kuzan cannot follow up. Mickey, though, in a bad spot between a troll and a giant tree, and now a pillar. Pilot gonna be able to, nope, never mind. Trace is gonna finish him off, and now Snowflower too far forward, getting caught and rooted down. Tries to jump the Songyun, but just can't go far enough, and Afrika are completely fumbling now.
Afrika's not playing around their vision, being far too aggressive.
Oh, and Songyun, pillar comes down, has to force the flash. Kuzan still trying to go a little aggressive. TP coming out from Ixu, gonna hold on to this tower as long as he can. I don't know if he can re-engage this one. Gets rooted out immediately, throws down the parallel convergence, won't be able to find anything. So just like that, TP down on the side of Afrika.
But that was certainly a chain of events, Achilles.
I don't know what Afrika's doing. This is just falling apart for them, where before they were looking so strong.
I mean, Mickey Valkyrieing in or packaging in aggressively.
I guess that's becoming a theme for him on Corki.
That's definitely his way on the Corki, but it's everyone else just one by one falling down. All from Lyra, taking that effective 6-second stun next to terrain. That's what
Snowflower
happens.
in the middle of the lane.
That's what happens when you have the Trundle pillar right next to a wall. You do sometimes have those awkward scenarios where you are effectively stunned. I guess snared is the correct thing because you can flash for 6 seconds. Resulted in his death, but then everyone else in his team basically having a brain fade at the same time. We talked about playoff nerves. We saw them at the start of this game, and they seem to be cropping up again in the mid game.
Yeah. Afrika gonna have to do some work here. Still have a very slight gold lead as well as that dragon for themselves, but going near even here with Jin Air is a very bad look for them. You can see they start up the dragon, immediately have to back off. Jay getting ready to pitch, they do pop on the hunt. Pillar comes down to slow up most of the team. Snowflower jumping forward, throws out the Glacial Fissure, gonna go wide, kind of zoning Winged up the lane though as they do jump on him. Will be able to stun him. Lamb's Respite gonna have to come down, but Snowflower looking like he might fall. Now Ixu on the run, has to snap back with the ultimate, nowhere to run. Just trying to delay the rest of Jin Air as long as he possibly can, but it's not doing enough. This Trace still makes it on the Snowflower, blew the flash, locked him down and killed him. Now Jin Air will be able to pick up their first dragon here at the 19-minute mark.
Just surreal things again, Achilles, the target priority, just the team fight call of going all in on a Kindred. They knew his flash was available, Lamb's Respite was available, walking down a long lane. They didn't really have the chase CC to catch him either, using so many resources, flash, Braum ult, and everything just to chase down Wing. First it was Che, then they changed target. Just look at Snowflower just turboing down the lane. They miss ult, they hit the Q, and they're still going all in. This is a team with a double AD backline of Corki Sivir who need to be peeled for. Braum uses his whole health bar just to start chasing down. Ixu also chasing down just one member, just the Kindred. It means it's once again a team fight where neither Mickey nor Songyun can do any damage. Full health, but irrelevant in the fight. And Jin Air, they must be surprised to find the situation they've been put in, but Afrika just giving them these fights on a silver platter.
Yep. I think Ixu has travel time all the way back to round one, Papa Smithy, because it's looking like a game straight out of that.
I mean, Echo's strength is almost predominantly in the laning phase. You finish items like Sunfire Cape, Iceborne Gauntlet, Spirit Visage, and you just dominate the tank tops or if you see Alessandra, for example, or Kennen flexed into top, you can dominate those picks and have kill potential on them as well. Your team fighting, it's good, but it's mostly about peeling defensively, just because chasing, while it's something you can do in a 1v1 sense, this is a team he needs to peel for. He needs to take up zone space for, and Afreeca going for something pretty cute here, but this is a high-risk play.
Yeah, Lyra already taking a lot of damage. They have 4 members here. Mickey's still sticking around, but
Trace
Trace is
spot
going
it.
to come up. Yep, does spot them out with the ward. This should be the disengage from Afreeca, or at least I hope so for their sake. Ixu going
This
low
is gonna be
as
bad.
well. This is not looking good. The rest of Jin Air pitching in. Here comes Kuzan. Gets stolen away by Wing Demon. And 2 members going to go down. 3 to follow as Snowflower falls in the end. A devastating play by Afreeca, and I think they might have just put a nail in their coffin.
I mean, this is the final now, perhaps, but there's been a couple in a row, Achilles. Ever since that first missed Cocoon, you're like, okay, bit of those playoff heebie-jeebies coming out, but man, at this point, the butterflies are really rotating around the stadium because they've effectively donated Baron buff over to Jin Air.
Yeah. Jin Air are just going to work down the base of Afreeca now. Lyra and Songyu just respawning. Not much of a wave for Jin Air as the next one does start coming in, but they can't really get onto this tower. We'll put a little bit of damage down on it, but still net themselves that tier 2. We'll just have to see what else Jin Air can take, but look at the gold. We're almost to a 6,000 gold lead here. Lyra trying to get onto Wing. Lamb's Respite's available. I don't know if it's going to do enough to keep them alive in time for the rest of the team to arrive. It will not. That is Songyun getting the kill, so a very slight reprieve on the backside of that horrible play by Afreeca.
And you just look at the items that Jin Air didn't have at 0 minutes. Now it's 22 minutes. They have at a much faster clip than usual. Watching the replay, again, they didn't need to do this, Afreeca. We say that about a lot of the plays they've made. One super intelligent one where they took the Rift Herald, traded up in objectives. That was definitely indicative of the Afreeca of the second round robin, but we're back to round 1. Afreeca, with just some of their shot points been desperately, desperately poor. They forced down a 20-minute Baron. Even after it was spotted off, you mentioned it. Are they going to peel away? And unfortunately, I had that feeling no, because that is not the sort of level-headed shot calling they've shown during this game.
Not at all. And things are not looking very good here for the line of Afreeca Freaks.
I mean, the phase where Afreeca win is before items come through for Rise, before items come through for Kinju, before
almost back
Devourer
now.
is sated. Well, guess what? Sated Devourer, more Mammoth is on the way, double core scaling items completed for Kuzan, and the Baron buff too, just to amplify all those stats. That waiting game is over, and it's so much accelerated purely because of the overzealousness of Afreeca.
And it is a little bit understanding. Yeah, you can understand why they're playing this way, not being in the playoffs before. But still, this is not the team that we were expecting to come out today. Afreeca maybe just have to start formulating their plan for game 2 here as the dregs of their base get wiped away by Jin Air.
It's not like this 5-man unit from Jin Air is poor in the late game. They're very, very strong.
Oh, yeah.
The only reason why the draft is criticized because you can't get away with 3 losing lanes against a pressure team like Afreeca. You're literally talking about the second strongest early game rating team in the league next to the Rocks Tigers against Jin Air, who's been struggling in the early game, who've only looked good in the late game, much like CJ Entus in that way. So you're just like, okay, one team's playing to their strengths, one team's playing to the reason why they've been losing a lot recently. Afreeca's won the draft. Well, I guess if Afreeca just donate kill after kill and then a Baron, you just throw all that analysis out the window and you just lose, I guess.
They wanted to give a handicap over the Jin Air, I suppose, and then you just gave them a little bit too much.
But it's the LPL that has the weighted one game over to the higher seeded team. This is not supposed to be the free win. But
That's true.
seems like we're going to start with a weighted best of 3.
It does seem that way. And there's not really a win condition in sight for Afreeca. Third dragon of the game getting ready to spawn in about 30 seconds now. 1 each. That is a far cry of a hope for Afreeca to be able to pick up 5 dragons.
Well, Rise has a 1,400 gold lead with a Devourer, Jungler, and losing lanes. So that's something.
That's dirty. I'm really surprised Mickey going up against this Rise did not go for the Hex Drinker as a second item, still stuck to the Infinity Edge. I guess because they were looking to make those more global plays.
I mean, this is the build that's very much been very common on Porky, it's all about getting the most value out of the magic damage crits from the Infinity Edge, so it is very popular for that reason.
Sure. I just expected going up against a high burst damage mage like Rise, you would, maybe not burst, but very consistent damage mage like Rise, you would want something like that Hex Drinker to trade more evenly, but looks like he is just going to keep it more standard build.
Well,
Now picking up a Seal, probably for the rapid fire cannon.
Before this game went so sideways, he had Trinity Force and the BF sword, and if the Rise is held down, you know, he had his outer turret taken early, as expected, Infinity Edge makes perfect sense.
That is true.
It's just that by the
At the
time he
time.
finishes Infinity Edge, everyone had taken their turn throwing over some gold to the side of Jin Air, and here's the result. It's a 7,000 gold lead for Jin Air. It's a surreal world to be in.
Ugh.
I agree. That's how I look at this game. Ugh.
Ugh. There's not many words in the English language that can accurately...
That feeling when your 2-item Echo's running away from the Maokai.
Get away from me. I want nothing to do with you, you big tree.
It's opposite day.
Trace is like, all right, fine, I'm just going to go mess up the rest of your team. TP's in by the Wolves. That's going to be the Valkyrie there by Mickey. Still gets caught. Trace goes over the wall, and he's going to go down. Shay finds the kill. And that is pretty bad here for Jin Air. You can see Trace gets caught by the cocoon. It's like, whatever.
I mean, Trace is
I
massive.
got Sap Magic, man.
People love to take Maokai into Echo just because of team comp, just because team fight. Well,
All the hunt gets popped. Not sure if it's going to do too much as the tower already has been burned down. Ixu
5v4.
locked up, has to snap back in. Look at that. No damage going over on the side of Jin Air. Just too damn tanky. Too far ahead. And that is going to be the Echo going down now. 40 seconds on the clock. 15 till Mickey comes back up. What are Jin Air going to do? Wave's not really in a good position for them to rotate up to the top or bottom sides. So it looks like they're just going to have to peel back. Be satisfied by taking down the inhibitor.
Frika initiating 4v5 lets you know they're pretty damn tilted at this point, which doesn't bode well. I'm going to have to hope that the coaching staff who we saw interviewed before the series can calm some of these hotheads down, because this showed a really good game plan early. I really like the turret dive. Okay, they didn't pull off the mechanics in that first turret dive.
It was a little bit botched, but
That's fine.
they
You're
got
allowed
the
a single hiccup
They
in
got the
playoffs.
first blood at least.
And then taking the Rift Herald and taking 4 objectives for 2 was a masterstroke. That was excellent. It's just every single decision from there was a chain of misadventures, you'd have to say, from Afrika that was all coronated with the donation of a Baron buff at 21 minutes to Jin Air. So Stacking Rise got an extra Baron buff. He got a blue buff donated to him with the teleport as well. Donations have been real. It's been a very charitable performance from Afrika.
That has been. Oh, and Lyra.
Well, someone has to be caught every 2 minutes, apparently.
Like, wait, we haven't been given the kill? Oh, okay, don't worry, I got it.
There's not even any wards, really, on the side from Afrika. That
Why
warding
is
has
your
been great.
in the middle of the lane? I just don't understand. That's just going to be another free Baron going over. I was just about to say, like, it would take a miraculous Baron steal to maybe get Afrika back into this game. And then it's just going to be second Baron very easily going over to Jin Air Green Wings, who look like they're just going to push up toward this top side. Ixu is at least splitting the bot side, so the wave is keeping very far away from the base, but they're just going to lose another inhibitor and maybe even a Nexus Tower here off this push if they can get some picks.
Well, they can definitely get some picks, of course. That is certainly something that's open to them. Echo finally gets back to base.
Definitely going to get some towers and another inhibitor as this one's getting ready to fall. Carol converts into the back side. Kuzan going to be the only one locked up. Ixu has to immediately back off. Snowflower trying to tank up at the front. Not going to be able to find anything. Wing uses Slam Spite, hops over the wall to keep himself alive here. Afrika whittling away though at the front line of Jin Air, but can't find anything that sticks to really get a kill. Now Super Creeps coming into that mid side. They're just going to have to back off. Jin Air just opened up the map that much more in their favor. 10,000 gold lead just about on the board.
Actually, a pretty resilient defense for a team that was 10,000 gold behind.
Quite
but
surprising.
Again, you have to add the caveat of a defense after now you're top and previously mid inhibitors are down.
No,
so.
top stayed alive. It looks
Oh,
like.
actually, so you're correct. The inhibitor turret down, but the inhibitor alive.
Yeah. Did not lose that one. Because it was really the engage by Ixu, I guess, and diving into that backside that made them peel back. Wing getting caught a little bit below the rest of the team, hopping over the wall. Dissuaded them from sticking around and going for the inhibitor. But still, an Admiral will hold by Afrika, but I think that's all it's really going to be in the end.
Kuzan's actually been able to go a luxury build. Went for Deathcap third before the Void Staff, before Guardian Angel. That's actually been as early as a third item pickup for first Sarsen and then Huhi for CLG. But why not when you have all the extra gold that Kuzan was able to pick up this game?
Yeah. See Mickey going for the Kerchase Shard. Wants that static shift for the extra wave clear. But against these Baron Power minions, not going to do a whole hell of a lot. Falling just get blocked here by Snowflower. Still chunks it down to about 55% HP. Kuzan providing that split pressure up at the top side. TP is available for him. Trace as well. So if Kuzan gets in some trouble, the Maokai will be able to answer. But it's really just death knocking on the door of Afrika's base right now.
No Void Staff for Kuzan, so even though he has a lot of ability power, Ixu should be able to hold fast.
Even the Rise's auto attacks just damage the hell out of those inhibitors.
Last inhibitor turret down for Afrika.
Yep, the inhibitor falls on the top side. Minions coming in on top, on the hunt, gonna get popped. Can they find anything? There's no teleport flank coming in. Ixu has nowhere to go. TP being burned out here by Kuzan to join the team, and Afrika just gonna have to peel straight back. Super Crepes are on to the Nexus Towers, and that's just going to open up for this bottom inhibitor to fall as Pilot is just whittling away at it.
In a macro sense, Afrika knew how to play this team comp, but in a team fight sense, these desperation Sivir ult engages with literally no engaged champions have been embarrassing to watch.
Yeah, Snowflower goes up the Glacial Fissure, takes a hell of a lot of damage. Trace lock up in the front line. Here comes Mickey into the back. Immediately gets popped by Winged, however. Lyra and Ixu looking like they're gonna follow, and they do. Pilot just working through him in the backside, almost goes down, dashes away nicely, keeping himself at range from Ixu, still able to finish him off in the end, but this should just be a triple kill going over to Kuzan. That's gonna be the ace, that's gonna be the game. Jin Air Green Wings, after a strong start by Afrika, come back in off that Baron steal and just walk away with this game.
Just incomprehensible, there's no other way to say it. You don't want to talk about what one team's done wrong. You want to reward the team that's played smart. But Jin Air have just kind of kept their heads down, played the team comp that they want to. They have to wait for minions to push up, so maybe not.
Yeah, they got 18 seconds on Mickey. So actually maybe Jin Air don't win quite just yet, but they will have 3 inhibitors down. So it's pretty much done, but Afrika will get to hold on for a little bit longer.
Jin Air had that really nice teleport in and contested a dragon that I thought was going to be free for Afrika, that first dragon. That play was good.
That's
but
true.
Subsequent to that, they've just been the recipient of kind of inexplicable decision-making from multiple different members of Afrika.
Yep.
And you're allowed one. You're allowed one mistake. You're allowed Mickey, who of course is famous for overextending but creating pressure in one scenario where his team gets other things. But when Lyra, of all people, is making some really questionable decisions, that's when you know your team has got another whole problem set to worry about.
Yeah. It's interesting. And this, of course, you know, once again, if you guys have just recently joined us, this is a best of 3. This is not a best of 5 like the rest of playoffs will be. So making those mistakes, sure, you get 1, but that's it. You give up another, and there it goes. You're out of playoffs. You do not move on to face SK Telecom.
That experience term, the one that was thrown around by the Jin Air coach, has to be brought up again, because Jin Air have had it backs up against the wall multiple times. They're a team that's been around, they've made it to multiple playoff series. If they had gone 1 game down, you knew they would have the experienced names in their lineup to have a chance to kind of throw away a loss and come back in. But do we know that about Afrika? Because they're definitely the team that has the fiery tempers. We've seen these guys streaming, we've seen these guys off air. I mean, Ixu and Mickey famously were having a big fight during the season as personalities, so there's no way to know what Afrika will show up in Game 2.
Yep. Well, here we go. Jet looms ever closer as On the Hunt gets popped, and these giant waves of Super Crepes crash in. Nexus Tower, first one is going to fall. Ixu taking a bit of damage, has that Guardian Angel available now, but this is Jin Air just pitching in. Wing gets caught, actually gets popped, and out there down the land for Spite. Colin gets thrown out. Let's see if Afrika can hold on for dear life. Super Creeps coming in from all sides. Trace goes in, locks down Lyra. Look at that damage come through. Has to repel out to the backside. Ixu gets popped, and Guardian Angel going to come up here. Pilot trying to get engaged on by Snowflower, but he just goes down. Ixu going to fall as well. That is going to be the end of the game. 4 members up here from Jin Air. Just patting these KDAs in the end. Pilot going off. Does fall to Songyun in the end. But the minions are here. Kuzan coming back in. takes down that Sivir, and this will be the game being finished off here. 35.5 minutes by the Jin Air Green Wings. A little bit delayed, but still coming out on top in the end.
Served win for Jin Air. They played solid, they played smart, even when I thought they didn't have a hope of winning a team fight. They brought off a really nice play around the mid game, winning that first dragon fight. But Afrika Freaks, I really need to shake off what was a desperately poor game one for them. They started it smartly. I liked the pathing from Lyra. I liked the play with the Rift Herald. That was great, but everything subsequently, honestly, they played with desperation when they were ahead. When they were doing everything right, they played as if they were a team that desperately needed a pick or they were going to lose the game. Well, no, they actually had the stranglehold over the game. So I don't know what it was, but some sort of rush of blood to the head to first Lyra, then it was the overchase coming through from Snowflower, continuing to go for engages with a comp that doesn't engage well. They just, midway through the game, seem to forget all their prep.
Rough stuff. But Jin Air coming out on top, looking a bit more like the team that we saw several matches ago. And Afrika completely fumbling. You have to wonder who's going to get the MVP, because I think that Afrika's decision-making should really be the MVP as far as Jin
Kuzan
Air's.
was 8-1 and 10.
Yeah, he did do...
He built Deathcap
quite
third
some work.
on Rise. I can respect that.
Yeah, he did some work there. Winged as well, enabling some picks. Good Lamb's Respite for the most part to keep his team alive. Here and there. Where was it really needed? There's a very few times where he needed to throw down that ultimate, which is good overall.
What a head scratcher from Afrika.
Yeah, you have to be wondering what's going through their heads right now and how they're going to bounce back coming into the second game. Because again, if they lose the second one, that's it. You're out of playoffs. You don't move forward, and Jin Air would be the ones going on to face SK Telecom.
They fought so hard to get here, Achilles.
Let's see if they can keep fighting and take us to game 3 when we come back, though. Game 2 coming up.
자, 드디어 2016 롤챔스 스프링 정규 시즌이 모두 마무리됐습니다. 이제 남은 팀은 단 5팀! 자, 먼저 5위는 아프리카입니다. 1라운드 3승 6패. 하지만 2라운드 7승 2패로 2라운드 성적만 보면 SKT 락스와 함께 1위예요, 1위. 뭔가 성장 만화 주인공 같은 아프리카 팀. 플레이오프에서도 활약할 수 있을지 기대해보겠습니다. 4위는 진에어. 엄근진 참동가세 활약으로 1라운드에 휩쓸었지만 뒤로 갈수록 시들시들합니다. 현재 4연패를 찍으며 기세가 푹 꺾인 진에어. 참동갓 힘내세요. 3위는 SKT입니다. 2013년 세계 정점을 찍고 2014년 폭삭 망하고 2015년에 다시 한번 세계 정점을 찍고 2016년 현재 망하진 않았습니다만은 짝수의 악몽을 극복할 수가 있을지 지켜보겠습니다. 2위는 KT입니다. 이 팀의 스코어 선수도 꽤 불쌍합니다. 롤챔스 오프닝 맨 앞자리에 설 정도로 오래된 선수인데 롤챔스의 우승을 한 번도 못 해봤어요. 스코어 선수가 잘 풀렸는가로 시작되는 이 팀의 승리 공식. 스코어 선수 이번 시즌엔 잘 풀리려나요? 자, 이 네 팀 중에 단 한 팀만이 결승에서 바로 이 팀을 만나게 됩니다. 가장 먼저 결승행을 확정지은 라스타이거즈입니다. 작년 이맘때쯤 기분 좋게 결승전에 올라가 놓고 3대0으로 쭉 미끄러진 악몽을 갖고 있는 락스타이거즈. 그렇게 잘하는데 우승컵 한번 들어본 적이 없어요. 홈라인 락스타이거즈. 이번 시즌엔 우승컵 꼭 들어보셨으면 좋겠습니다. 자, 이번 주 수금토 3일간 진행되는 2016 롤챔스 스프링 플레이오프. 과연 어떤 팀이 마지막까지 살아남아서 결승전에서 락스타이거즈와 맞붙게 될지 3일간 많은 시청 부탁드리겠고요. 진정한 재미는 단두대 매치 아니겠습니까? 여러분들 꿀잼, 허니잼 저도 기대하면서 안방에서 재밌게 시청하도록 하겠습니다. 채널 고정해 주시고요. 여러분들도 많은 자기 응원하는 팀이 올라갈 수 있도록 많은 응원 부탁드리겠습니다. 꿀잼, 허니잼 안방 습격합니다. 화이팅! 오잼 만세! 모르겠다 이제. 이상하다.
Welcome to your life. Help me to decide. Help me make the most of freedom and of pleasure. Nothing ever lasts forever. Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you, holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world. The world.
Welcome back. Your MVP from that first game is Kuzan. For a very crushing performance on that rise. 8-1-10. His end line score with a 72% kill contribution.
First MVP of the playoffs. Remember, we will have a playoff MVP crowned as well. Smeb was, to confirm, your regular season MVP. And Kuzan, just one of the many benefactors on the side of the Jin Air Green Wings of Afrika's shocking mid-game this game. There's no other way to put it, really. I could use more strong language. Perhaps it wouldn't be broadcast ready, but at this point, this was already late into the game, and Jin Air just got items on their carries, and this was a scenario that should never have happened. They theoretically could have lost lane pressure in all three lanes, and it looked like Afrika had the right plan. Rotate around those lanes, take those objectives, remove any safe places to farm, and then monopolize things like Dragon, but they made a slight misfire on their first Dragon, and after that, Jin Air basically had complete control of the game.
Yep. I think it was the second back at the end of this
Might have been the
fire.
second.
But, yeah, Africa not looking so hot in the, I can't even say the latter half of that game, in the about 2/3 of that game, and Jin Air just coming online and looking like they're themselves from the beginning of round 1, and I guess the start of round 2 as well. Last couple weeks for these guys, not so hot. But Africa, the amateur team, first time in playoffs, going to have those jitters. The question is, can they turn it around? Can they shake them off? Can they come back into this second game and find themselves a victory and take us to game 3? Or is Jin Air just going to close out with a very swift 2-0? Because that looked very convincing from them after the start of the game.
I think it's unfair to call Africa an amateur team. Of course, once an amateur team, now with a professional organization.
In
with
the
all
sense of being in
infrastructure.
playoffs, I use that term.
They are very much playoff debutantes, and that's what they look like, unfortunately, for the majority of that first game. And now it's all about settling. You saw their coach in the booth trying to calm everyone down. They just reset. There's a reason why they went 7-2 in the second round, Robert. They were very consistent. They were good at all points in the game. They've always been strongest early. They were good early in game 1. Just move away with the problems that they came up with and try and play a more steady game of League of Legends.
Yep. Izito into the pick and ban. It's going to be GP, followed by Trundle and Lysandra, banned away by Africa Freaks. Last ban now going over to Jin Air, who have already taken away the Twisted Fate and the Rise. Do they ban the Graves here to get it away from Lyra? It's going to be Ferris.
No jungle bans.
This could be a first pick Graves for Lyra. I think you kind of have to go for that.
Now, he had the opportunity between Nidalee and Graves, but chose Graves, which was a surprise last series that we saw him play. I think Nidalee is also very much a consideration. It's going to be one of those two. His Kindred results haven't been that great. So, expecting one of those two for Lyra. Looking at, see if there's any other champions. Corki once again comes through, but Siva remains probably the strongest champion in the league right now in patch 6.6. So I don't mind the lock-in. It's just pair if you're going to go for those fights. And the main issue was they kept trying to force engages with Siva and Braum, I guess, as the follow-up. CC Siva, Echo Siva, Braum. Not much synergy in that scenario. Need more synergy if you're going to choose to find fights. I maintain they didn't even need to choose those fights. They could have just fought around objectives. They went hard for picks, didn't have the tools to do so, and were punished by Jin Air. Let's see what they do this game.
Yeah. Well, the Alistar was banned away before, now made available. If it makes it through that first round here from the side of Jin Air, could be snatched up by Africa. Azir, another thing that was banned away in that first game, now makes it through. Kuzan looking like he's going to lock it in. It will be locked in, as will be the Gravestorm Winged. So, have to assume that Lyra going to be going for that Nidalee.
I mean, the assumptions at this point can be pretty clear. It feels like Nidalee and LeBlanc are going to be coming in at some point in this draft. You have to feel like Mickey is going to want
J4 mid, maybe.
Maybe. I mean, it's of course an assassin player playing an assassin champion, but Mickey's famous for one of his famous champions. Not one of his permabans, but famous champions is LeBlanc. Twisted Fate banned away. Rise banned away. Avaris banned away. So we're talking about the more deeper pool of Mickey. I don't want to see the Corki again. When the rest of his team is on form, okay, you can get away with the brain fades from Mickey once a game, but that wasn't the case in game 1. That wasn't something you could take into consideration. So let's see something different on Mickey's side.
Well, it looks like it will just be the more obvious pickups here so far. Not going to show too much as far as their composition goes, as they snatch up the Nidalee to match up that pressure of Wings Braves, and then of course Alistar to match with the Sivir in the bot lane, so a little bit more engaged, a little bit more follow-up there with the On the Hunt.
I would have liked a different draw. I would have liked maybe the Braum over Alistar, just because you already have Nidalee and Siva, so any the Unbreakable and the amount of value that's going to get in a siege sense meant, just having that also on the same side as Nidalee is one less tool available to Jin Air.
Yeah.
But I would have really liked to see just a different emphasis on some of these picks on the side of Africa. They didn't have to pick up the Nidalee. You can understand why there's the potential that Jin Air could flex the Graves. But I would have liked to see the Maokai taking the same rotation. Siva Maokai feels like probably the strongest single rotation of a draft. If you ever get Siva Maokai as first picks on red side, you feel like you've basically won the lottery. So with Maokai available, I would have liked that. But it doesn't seem like there's a Maokai priority for Africa.
Well, the hovers are still coming in here from the side of Jin Air. It's going to be Braum and Lucian locked in, so Maokai available. We could just see the Maokai come through. The question, though, what is going to be this mid lane
Maokai
pick?
LeBlanc would be an insane draft from Afrika if they could pull it off.
LeBlanc could be it. Could be
Well, you have Siva.
Mickey's Zed, perhaps.
Well, you have Siva, so you do have that freedom to go for an assassin pick. Because you have the wave clear coming through from the AD carry. Maokai also has good backup wave clear, so
Yeah, the arcade
LeBlanc would
smash.
make sense there. Poppy is a champion that Ixu propelled him to his MVP streak, specifically in the middle of the season. But it's going to be
boy.
an assassin for Mickey. The question is which one.
Yeah, could be the Zed, could be Jarvan, or that LeBlanc as you've been touting. You never know. Looks like the long hover, though, so far on this Poppy could be locked in. Maokai's still available. And, of course, the top lane going to be the last pick for Jin Air. Ooh, could be the Gragas pickup. This would give them much more AP, which would help enable the Zed, but actually a last-second flip. Going to be Lulu and Gragas, so now an abundance of AP coming in. The only AD threat going to be Songyun on this Sivir.
And while it really felt like it was going to be Assassin, part of that was, again, about out-of-the-game things. They tilted in game one. I thought it was going to be comfort for Mickey, and it's comfort in a different way. Lulu has been his most picked champion this season. This is patch 6.6, so Lulu has seen some more nerfs, specifically to her Whimsy and the movement speed available on that. This is another comp that Afrika has been known to run, very reminiscent of, say, an SKT comp when we're talking about just a single damage threat in the AD carry role. Of course, heavy lifting from Nidalee as well. This is a comp they've shown they can play, so there's a semblance of comfort to it. It's different than I would have necessarily predicted, given the scenario and given how game one went.
Yeah, I quite would have liked to have seen the Assassin coming up from Mickey, but we will get his Lulu instead, and with this long hover over the Maokai, will finally be locked in, so we do get both of our team compositions, so it will be that Gragas versus Maokai up on the top side, Nidalee versus Graves in the jungle, Lulu, Azir, and then of course the Sivir Lucian with Alistar and Brawl.
And this is basically some very one-to-one team comps. There's a lot of parity between both the champions and the identities that every role has in this game. So the worry about that is that you're opting into a scenario where if things go even early, which is kind of suggested by the pick ban, you're going to opt into the late game, get into Jin Air's wheelhouse. Jin Air in the late game is still a very powerful team-fighting team, and it feels like they have the tools this game with the lower pressure. We don't have an assassin. Okay, Nidalee is the strongest pressure jungler, but the CC in the lanes outside of Alistar is not necessarily the most reliable, so unless Lyra can really have a day out in the early game, it feels like you're opting into the late game, which Jin Air, much like CJ, will always gleefully accept.
So Lyra didn't look so hot in that first game. Made some moves early on that were relatively impactful, but then overall, I shouldn't blame it on Lyra. That was a little bit harsh. But overall, the decision-making by Afrika is what unraveled that game for them. Lyra now on this Nidalee may be able to make some even more high-pressure ganks around that top and mid side, maybe even affect the bottom side of the map early on with this Nidalee pick. It's just going to be a question of, can Afrika maintain their mental state and play as they have been in the last couple weeks? Can they play to form and not falter in these high pressure situations? We're going to find out as we get into game 2, Afrika versus Jin Air.
Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you. Holding hands.
You see the fans still holding on here as they throw out their fighting champs for both sides. We get that nice sweeping view of Summoner's Rift yet again as it disappeared into a black void.
Well, Afrika fans are going to be hoping their season doesn't disappear into a black void. I guess the one heartening thing for Afrika is that maybe this series is going to be a best of 3 that's a metaphor for Afrika's season. Starting off rough, starting off punished, and then just like their team comp, going from one extent, the Game 1 comp, to this Game 2 comp, which is Afrika taking on a new identity. Mickey on more of a supportive mid laner, a comp where Ixu can really show the champion innovated in top lane. Gragas, of course, not innovated in terms of ever in the meta, but really brought it back in the 2016 top lane meta. And it's more of a Songyun focused comp, because Songyun has been really the carry star next to Lyra this season. So if they can maybe pick that up in Game 2, and then go to the Twisted Fate in Game 3 and just show us this evolution of Afrika, because if not, it's going to be a quick one and done for Afrika's first appearance in playoffs.
Yeah. Which would be quite unfortunate. Hoping these guys can take us to game 3. Because the first game, albeit while a bit abysmal on the side of Afrika, was still a bit entertaining. So would like to see the continuation of this. Winged already, though, with an early roam up to this top side. Not going to get spotted out, but just going to keep roaming through the jungle. So just hovering around that tri-brush.
So the reason why he was hanging around the tri-brush is that Jinev had the strategy of in lane swaps pushing up Graves or the jungler to the top lane as well. Snowflower's taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, a lot of damage indeed. No ignite, though, by Che. Is running with the exhaust, so Snowflower not going to go down quite just yet. But good aggression there by Jiner's bot lane.
But yeah, Winged and Trace have been taking one camp and then going into lane, pushing it out just to give the push back the wave a little bit and set off the time of when it comes to the group pushes for the mirror turret taking the European lane swap. That's very famous. I think Jiner is surprised to find standard lanes because this is another game where I think in this game Afrika were very heavily benefited from going for a lane swap. The reason why I say that is that it's a double teleport game. So Mickey and Ixu, they're running double teleport against a single teleport. If the Rocks Tigers have shown us one thing, it's if you get the lane swap when you want it, get those 2 turrets down, put down the deep wards with a teleport advantage, all Azir can do is wave clear in mid. You can make those picks around the map, you can get the snowball in the mid game, and that's literally the way that Jiner has lost series after series. It's against, whether it's against the Rocks Tigers or teams aping that double teleport play, that's the one play style that Jiner have had no answer to. It's one of the main reasons why their second half of the split has been so rough. Afrika, in a game where they're really set up to go for the lane swap, don't opt to it, so they just go for standard lanes again, which throws off those times when you can go for those big teleport plays.
Yeah, we can see already how devastating that is. Those standard lanes in the bot side of Snowflower took all of that damage in the early trade, almost lost his life. Is able to sustain up though. He is an Alistar after all, Triumphant Roar, not nerfed on the heal to himself. So he sustains back up and help with the Relic Shield as well.
I mean, that nerf, I can understand why they did it, but so much of the power is around the effect coming through from the Windspeaker's Blessing, which you can see on your screen has been the Keystone Mastery taken, that it almost felt like the Mastery forced the heal percentage change, a lot like Rage Blade and the interaction with certain champions. So while I'm not a big fan of that nerfing style, it doesn't really change his power level too much just because the Mastery is so strong.
Yeah. See though, recalls coming out for both of these mid laners. Mickey, however, with the teleport, is able to arrive back into lane and crash the wave into the tower. Wayne was there to catch it, however, so CS not going to go completely to waste. See though, pretty even between these two. Double Doran's going to be coming out. Boots for the side of Mickey, and then a dagger for Fuzon. So going to be looking for that stinger early on to go into that Gnasher's Tooth to become as powerfully annoying as possible.
Interesting. So Afrika's done this 2 games in a row. They've ended laning phase after the first shop. So it's almost like a delayed lane swap, where they know exactly what's going to happen. They're going to trade turrets. I'm very intrigued as to why they do this, even when the laning matchup against Lucian's not ideal. It does allow for these sort of teleports where you can be a little greedier because you know the jungler won't be in position to kill you straight away. But speaking of junglers, he is here now.
Yep, this is going to be Wings coming down, but still not sure if they want to go in for any kind of real aggressive play. Ixu going to be holding on as long as he possibly can. A little ways away from that level 6 mark. So not going to have the explosive cast quite just yet. You can see he is getting shoved off of the tower.
So the only reason I can think that Afrika do this is that they had a vision that Trace teleported to buy a second Doran's in both games. So he has no teleport. Didn't have it in game 1 when they did this, didn't have it in game 2. So maybe they feel like they can get the advantage with the tower push, and they did memorably in game 1 through picking up the Ref Herald, get a big advantage in turret gold through a play like this. It's just in this game, felt like Jiner called the bluff, Graves is in position to push the turret, and they don't get the same sort of benefit after already taking a really bad early trade, as you mentioned.
Yep. See though, tower is going to fall here on both sides. See what kind of moves these guys want to make after the turrets fall. Don't think we're going to see any pushes onward for tier 2s. Like
Rift Herald.
Rift Herald.
Rift Herald's a big pickup for Afrika. Once again, it's Sivir comp. So Sivir with Rift Herald, or Nidalee riding the Rift Herald next to a Sivir, means they once again will have threat onto the inner turret. So maybe just tracking and just completing the logic of what we've been talked about. Maybe this is a Rift Herald-centric strategy where it's going for those standard lanes or just always guaranteeing that whatever the swap scenario, even if I have to commit teleport for it, I want to ensure that we pick up the Rift Herald, and then we'll pick up the next time we see a turret trade, we'll get the advantage through.
Yep.
Rift Herald went from being a joke objective at the start of the season to being really central to a lot of trades, just because it allows you to trade up. You get that inner turret so much faster when you have a champion like Sivir in the meta with instant wave clear and then great turret damage.
Yep. So nice moves here from Afrika so far. The Dragon not able to be answered by Jin Air. So just a little bit slower behind when it comes to these global objectives. So now we can see that is going to be Song Yun up at the top side of the map, clearing out those waves with the Rift Herald buff. Coming in on the recall, we'll see where he wants to go next.
It's just been really fun. Obviously, there's been a lot of community criticism about level 1s, about lane swaps. Some of it I understand. A standard lane swap in every game is not very exciting. I feel like lane swaps have that potential for strategic diversity, but sometimes when they just become regular, it can just be boring. But
Sure.
it's the evolutions we've seen in Champions. For example, Jin Air's evolution of having the jungler take Krugs, then enter lane to start pushing it up and turning off timers. That's interesting. Seeing Afrika go for standard lanes twice and then swap after the first purchase, just focus on, as far as we can tell, Rift Herald, and get the benefit of a ranged jungler and Sivir with Rift Herald. That's interesting as well. So it's just really nice to see these little gaps, because it's the sort of thing that teams around the world will take time to unpack and work out, is this the new strategy? Does this beat what was the old strategy? And, you know, on the side of one game with incomplete information, we don't know the answer, but it is intriguing to track.
Yeah. It comes down to what is the viewer's cup of tea at the end of the day.
What's your cup of tea, Achilles?
My cup of tea is entertaining League of Legends, whether it's because it's highly strategic or because it's a complete mess of a bloodbath. Does not matter much to me as long as it's high performance League of Legends at the end of the day, which is why we're here in Korea, Papa Smithy.
We don't really see too many of the clown fiestas that we're hoping for, though.
Occasionally we do.
We do. They're quite spectacular when they happen.
Yeah, when they happen, they're rare treats, but my God, are they treats all the same.
Speaking of treats, this is one of the things you can do with the Rift Herald.
Yeah, we can see Wing taking a lot of damage as they get some nice pressure down onto this mid tower. Just taken down to about half HP.
So to me, the KR Clown Fiesta is a bit like when a show like Futurama or a comedy does really sad episodes. Like, you remember Jurassic Park, of course, the episode with the dog.
Oh, the dog.
Because you're not ready for the Clown Fiesta, when it comes, you're just hit by it so much more. It really resonates with you because you haven't prepared yourself for what unfolds.
Yeah. We also just get those fun games where you know exactly what's going to happen, but it's still entertaining, like SK Telecom versus Spenu from last week. There was 25-2 or something by the end of that one. The near 3 pentakills from Bang finally gets one in the end. The wonderful saves by Wolf on that Tahm Kench. Those games are just wonderful in their own right. But at the same time, you do have to be able to appreciate a long game of League of Legends where everybody's playing strategically perfectly. It's like watching chess. It's like if you're the kind of person that can watch a chess match and not be bored by it, then you're the kind of guy that can watch a lane swap heavy League of Legends game.
Well, I don't know if that's exactly the audience Riot's going for. I feel like the chess
No,
live audience isn't the biggest.
It's not. I'm just saying that they're similar in that regard.
Definitely feels like some of these Champions games are a bit like other sports. Like, I guess like Premier League, like soccer, where you can have a lot of rising action before you finally see a big play.
Uh-oh, Snowflower flashes the wall but ends up in the Dragon
Well,
pit.
he definitely outfoxed.
Yeah, in the end he did. It was looking really
That went
bad
better
for
than
a second.
expected.
I thought that was going to be the first blood
To be
coming
fair,
through.
he probably wasn't sure he could get over the thick wall, so went a bit more guaranteed.
He mind gamed him. Push coming in on this side yet again, but who's on? Sand Soldiers, a lot of wave clear coming out there, so not going to be able to get too much more damage in. Ixu getting out traded by Trace up in that top side, as to be expected, has the Spectre's Cowl as well as the Sap Magic passive, so Maokai will forever and always come out on top of those trades. Meanwhile, down here by the Dragon, yet again, Jin Air going to start this one up. No one from a Freaking Freaks nearby to match this, so this is going to be first Dragon going over them at the 11.5 minute mark, just about for free.
Well, after Afrika packed up their bags and headed to the top to pick up the Rift Herald and the turret, they basically lost all control over Dragon. They're probably happy that the Dragon took this long, and they would have expected an 8-minute answering Dragon, so 11:30 at least sets that timer a little bit later, so no big concern from Afrika on that side.
Yep, but now we can see Jin Air posturing up around this tier 2 in the bot side. Afrika not really in a position to start hard shoving onto the tier 2 in the top. Trace is hovering around there, but has to ward his flank to try to stay safe. Mickey, in the meantime, getting engaged on Kuzan. Gets the Empress Divide. Glacial Fissure not going to connect as Mickey does flash away, but that's going to be a mid-tier 1 going down. Mickey clear this one out. Glitterland's going to get cut short, but he actually will be able to hold on.
Two members roaming in as well.
Yeah, Cass gets thrown out. Kuzan has to dash to safety. Here comes Snowflower. The Pulverize not going to connect, however. Kuzan getting slowed up by the Glitterland. One more hit will do it. Can he go down? He does. Picked up by Lyra. First blood over to Afrika.
A lot of wave clear loss, so maybe Afrika will finally get this mid lane turret they've tried to prep for multiple times. Cullen's available.
Culling's there, the body blocking it, however, so they will be able to force up and take down the tower. Nice moves here by Afrika. But we saw similar performances in the first game, and then it went a little bit south, so just going to have to keep this up and maintain this momentum and level of shot calling if they want to find success.
Yeah, they got a second Rift Herald, and then it was basically all a wash from there if you're a Afrika fan. That's where you stop the first game VOD if you're tuning in live as a Afrika fan. Second Rift Herald, everything else, oh boy, not so good, but going to head towards at least in this game, but good ordered play. Again, the first 12 minutes had a lot of order to it. I like what Afrika's been doing. It's interesting to track their lane swaps and the way they've done that. That's definitely something different we haven't seen before in Champions, but otherwise makes pretty much straightforward sense.
Yep, and that's going to be flash and heal down for Kuzan. Could be a very visitable gank or pick off here from the side of Afrika if they can find pressure onto him. Meanwhile, of course, they held on to both the mid-tier 1 and the tier 2 in the bottom side as Jin Air had rotated up to try to get that.
So while we have a bit of time, one of the small things I want to talk about is, we were talking a bit about Gragas jungle in the first draft, and I was mentioning probably not going to see that. And in general, the only jungle that itemizes tank that we've seen is Elise, and I guess to a lesser extent a little bit of Lee Sin. The big thing that I've noticed, and one of the big reasons why champions like Gragas have been forced out of the jungle, is that it feels like the jungle carries, we're mainly talking about, speaking of jungle carries, not going to be caught out, but the jungle carries, you see them on your screen, champions like Nidalee, but specifically Graves and Kindred. The thing they can do is that on a jungle income, they can provide near the same amount of tankiness, and that's a lot from their kits, things like the Lamb's Respite and the quick draw, rather than necessarily the items, but they just generally have innately the same amount of tankiness on that lower jungle income, but can just do so much more damage than the tanks. And they also, when we do see these lanes, we do see the Rift Herald plays have ranged auto attacks to take down the target. So ranged junglers.
Oh, nice steal away by Wing.
Really nice.
That was gorgeous.
Did he have any vision?
Yeah, he had one ward in the pit that he dropped.
Well,
steals it away. Lyra just getting too greedy, holding onto the smite. The buff will just wither away to waste, but all the same, gold goes over to Jin Air. That was nicely played.
Sometimes not your day, Achilles.
It is certainly not looking like, I can't say that. As far as game 1 and then that event right there, not looking like Afrika's day, but they've been making some moves here. That's a little bit of a hiccup, and now Ixu, though, that bad spot gets slowed up and the blind finishes him off, so now I guess I can say, yeah, it's not looking like Afrika's day.
Well, the game could change, but sloppy. They didn't clear out the ward, or in that second, they just didn't respect the damage. You can always stop the DPSing.
Always use the smite.
Always use the smite. Well, greed is good sometimes, but hasn't been in this game. But yeah, the jungle carries. They do their job. They have some tankiness, but they do a lot more damage. And the ranged junglers, they have safe clears. Graves, for example, takes no damage to the turrets, and then have safe turret taking. And then Tank Top's got itemization buffs.
Look at this. Trace TP'd in to this bottom side, trying to cut him off on the hunt. Gets popped, however. It looks like Afrika going to be able to back off safely. Still Trace hovering around above them, but in the end, going to go ahead and heal back. No dragon coming up for a minute and a half, so that's going to be a TP down and double advantage over to Afrika now.
And all those top lane carries we remember were nerfed. That's the other thing. That's the other part of the puzzles. That Quinn was nerfed, Gangplank was nerfed, Fiora was nerfed, and two of those champions not to be seen. Gangplank now more of a flex mid laner, but it just feels like, with the direct nerfs to anti-tank champions, the buffs to tanks, Maokai's nerf buffs, Titanic Hydra getting nerfed, It just makes so much more sense itemization-wise to put your tank in the top line and to go for AD everywhere else. Is Ixu just caught out.
Yep. Not much else to say about it. Gets slowed up just enough to get caught by the end of the line. Went down for it, so 1-1, of course, on the scoreboard. Second dragon yet to come up. We'll see that one in about 30 seconds. And the wet noodle fight begins, the bot side.
Yeah, one Spirit Visage completed. No killing of Gragas from magic damage dealers with his constant sustain. A lot of turrets down for Afrika. They're pinging on to the mid lane in a turret.
No, this would be a very greedy play, of course, calling available for Pilot as well as the wave clear from Kuzan. This would be a little bit difficult to pressure out for that. I don't think it's going to be.
Afrika have really good control around the bot side of the map. Now they look like they're going to give up mid lane turret, but they're going for a dive.
Trace, twisted advance,
Oh,
nice
ho, ho, ho.
flash, cheeky play by
Very
Trace.
nice.
Hops himself to the other side of the Alistar and will avoid that gank.
Dragons just spawned. Afrika are 5-man.
But they are, and Afrika getting pinched on from above.
Surround the same part of the map where a lot of their dreams were dashed in game 1. Once again, they have very low initiation. Sivir ult, but unless it's the picture-perfect gang plan to Gragas barrel, then they're really not going to find much.
Yeah, Dragon taking a lot of damage. Spear not going to steal it. Will be the spike confirmed from Winged. Sunflower goes in, only gets a pop-up on the Trace. Don't think they want to follow up on that one. The Alistar is still weakened. Even for having the ultimate available, you can see that's just going to be Jin Air sweeping up for this mid-tier 1. Ixu coming forward, going to try to clear this wave as best as he can. Might have to throw out the barrel, but this turret's just way too damn low. It's going to go down all the same.
It's so low, no way to salvage it. There's the answering turret.
Yeah.
Game is basically completely even now, as Mickey with some free time might finally get this outer bot lane turret. Don't know what health it's at.
No, it's not going to happen. Who's on the road down? We'll be able to keep that one alive, but meanwhile, Jin Air just continuing to rotate around the map. TP comes through from Ixu. This is a little bit interesting. They're going to try to pinch. It's a 4v3 right now as the Alistar's not there. Mickey's still hot on the heels of the rest of his team. They get on the Traces, they slow him up, throws down the eventual Maelstrom. They get a bit of damage, but he's still a very tanky Maokai. Twisted advances over onto Mickey, trying to run out of here. Gets caught by the Glitter Lance. He should be going down. Sap Magic not going to do enough to keep him alive. Looks like Lyra going to be able to take away the kill. So TP burned out to pick up that one. They hold on to the tier 1 on the top side as well, and now we'll be able to take away a little bit of the jungle here on the top side of Jin Air.
It's actually a really smart move from Afrika.
Oh, here's Winged. They're just pinching around the backside of this tower as it gets whittled down. Half HP at the moment. So they have the damage to finish it off. Looks like they very well may. Collateral damage gets thrown out, trying to dissuade them. They will peel back. Tower just barely standing.
Let's talk about what Afrika did. The moment they saw Kuzan respond in bot to Mickey, they realized he's got no teleport. We have double teleport. They instantly rotated top, both Ixu and Mickey using their teleport. Get the kill onto Trace, take a turret, almost completely DPS down the inner turret. Very nice rotation, the sort of thing you can do
Don't
when you have
have
that double
time
CP.
to kill this.
They do.
Sure about that?
Oh. I thought you meant from the enemy.
Oh, no. I meant because he had to go evolve, Papa.
He did. As Ixu's got double Spectre's Cal, so he's got that going for him.
Okay. Sure.
The stats it provides, obviously, are still there, but you do not get the doubling up of the health regen.
Yeah, not going to help you out a whole lot, so I think you probably should have just went for the Spirit Visage instead. To each their own.
Immediate
Ixu
power
and
sometimes is
Ixu.
what you need, though.
This is true at times. Ixu getting pinched on now on the top side as Che, Winged, and the rest of the team are going to be coming around. Finally finish off that tower, but Mickey going to answer this one with the bot tier 1 as well.
This time, Jin Air have the 5-man advantage. Afrika doesn't have teleport on either of their solo laners.
Yep, this will be a turret equalization, though, however, between these two teams, and a very slight lead still being held by Afrika. This is where it starts getting scary for both of these teams, because these fights are going to be that much more impactful, especially now with Baron on the map. Could be a very easy pickup if you lose a couple members of your team.
Afrika, if they want to win, really need to get ward control over objectives. We've talked about it both in Game 1 and Game 2. Their initiation is very poor. It's just really the Gragas barrel and maybe the hopeful engage from Snowflower when on the hunt is popped. So much better kiting back towards an objective rather than looking for a pick, which is the one strategy that they couldn't do in Game 1 that they repeatedly went for and cost them the game.
Not making the same mistakes here.
Not so far.
Not so far. We won't put a pin in that one quite just yet. Might have to come back to it, especially with third dragon spawning in about 2 minutes. Be third for Jennaire's, first for the side of Afreeca, who are certainly going to want to pick up that 6% buff at this point and stop the onward press of Jennaire towards that 5th dragon.
Afreeca honestly are waiting for their double teleports to be up and an objective to fight around. They can return and see if they can get another bad lane assignment and trade up in objectives like they did in top lane when they found Kuzan and bot.
Well, double TP is going to come in about 30 seconds or so here. Mickey's trailing very slightly behind Ixus, as they should be able to finish off this tower. All you really need to do is stick Ixu or Snowflower under it for a couple seconds. Have 2 auto attacks come out from Songyu, but still going to play it safe and not push in too far forward. Don't want to get caught by that Emperor's Divide from Kuzan.
See if they send someone to the bot lane. It's now starting to push out for Jennaire. Trace is already channeling and canceling his recall.
Looks like we're just going to have some tiptoeing so far up into this top side as Afreeca do look for that opening. A couple wards in behind them. Trace wants his key. Looks like the fight might just break out on the front lines, though, as Nomar gets engaged on. Glacial Fissure comes out from Jay. Trace taking up the brunt of the damage, still very healthy on the Maokai. These guys are just going to back off. Ixu pushing forward, trying to get the tower. One more hit will do it, but it's still standing, and Snowflower taking a lot of damage. Cast thrown out to try to disengage the team. Collateral damage as well goes out. There's a smattering of damage, but not going to be able to find any kills. And the tier 1 stands at 35 HP in the end.
There's no way for Sivir to walk up when you have a short range comp, only Nidalee and Sivir. I guess that's Mickey as well, but all champions kind of focusing on peeling back, really worried about an engage. It's not safe enough to pick up that auto attack, so you don't take down the structure. And the difference between a structure living and dying, especially in the 2016 patch, where turret gold is so high, is massive.
Yep. They're just stopping the back there of Shay. Dragon spawn, trying to delay them as much as possible from getting over to this objective. The rest of Afreeca have backed off and healed. Shay going to be late to the party, so this should be a dragon pickup here for the side of Afreeca.
The first dragon also, big pickup for them.
Yeah, you can see exiting as a team, it should seem. Now, well, they kind of split off, but no pinch coming in from Jennaire. I thought maybe we would have a repeat of that first game, but they do get out successfully this time.
Saw dollar signs in his eyes, that massive group minion wave.
Oh boy! Advance on the Lyra, gets locked down, taking a lot of damage from Kuzan, has to flash out. Ixu and Snowflower here to follow up. No Owlstar ultimate available quite just yet. This could be a little bit of an opening for Jennaire to pressure in onto this tier 2.
Sonyu's still healthy though, he's the main wave clear,
That
and
is
there
very
as
true.
well. Mickey
Yep.
as well, sorry.
Has completed the static shift with the Essence Reavers. Will be doing a lot of damage to these minions. You can see the waves just melting out from the Ricochet. So they will be able to hold on to that one. Sand Tower goes up, but Jennaire not going to be able to stick around underneath it.
Let's see if Afreeca can play the map as smartly as they did 5 minutes ago.
Blue buff being taken away.
Goes to Wing, that's to Kuzan, sorry.
Kuzan did pick it up. The vision control comes out on the side of Jennaire.
빨간
Baron.
팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
Meanwhile, Mickey applying some split pressure, of course, does still have the teleport available, so just going to be coming up on that bot side, trying to work those waves into the tier 2 tower and have them whittle away at it as much as they possibly can. So far, pretty smart by Afreeca, not losing really anything off of the backside of that dragon.
What can they get out of the teleport? First trade was easy. Now when we're talking about getting inner turrets or inhibitor turrets, much harder to split push those away. Maokai was able to itemize so naturally into Spirit Visage because against double AP laners that he'll take no trade damage, so the moment that Maokai enters lane, no real point for Lulu to be there.
There's also that much more sustained in these elongated team fights from his passive.
Grasp of the Undying, Spirit Visage, Sap Magic, Maokai. This is the meta we live in, Achilleos.
It's filthy. And they gave him scaling MR.
Yay!
Thank you. Alan's team, Maokai is just a monster.
It's just crazy. In Champions, we saw so much Maokai just a week before the changes went live, and then we knew exactly what would happen the moment they gave him That little love tap, a little buff.
I'm still surprised we haven't seen Maokai support really coming out in professional play.
I mean, he just fits the top lane meta so well as well.
He does, but I feel like he could become that flex pick that you sometimes see with Trundle if there's like a weakness or like a Poppy.
But if there's no tank busters, why do you need to flex him?
True.
Even Trundle, you just buy a QSS and you're okay. When the answers come out, the flexes will start.
Well, very much awaiting with bated breath here. Iksu gonna get that slow from the barrel onto Trace.
This will take a while.
Yeah, don't think he's going to be able to get out of this one. Has the TP, but of course, too many displacements. But actually, he's still alive, and the rest of the team is collapsing. Will he fall in the end? He does. Iksu finds the kill. Glacial Fissure comes down there from Che. Iksu going to get locked up. No, man, throws out the barrel. Wild Growth will keep him alive for the time being. And it looks like that might just be the disengage from Afrika. Only have to commit one teleport. They can get Trace in the end.
But what more do they get, Achilles? The moment they have to use
They got a blue buff.
They got a blue buff.
All right, now it's worth.
Point taken, but the moment they have to commit Wild Growth defensively onto Lyra, they have no way of CCing any more members. So they're never going to get more than just a single pick.
Look at Mickey's build. I like this. So, seeing instead of the Lich Bane coming out as the second item after the Frost Queen's Climb, going straight for the Luden's Echo.
That means that they have just the world's most wave clear possible. I'm not really a big fan of the build. Obviously, both items give movement speed. I feel like Lich Bane is a bit more flexible. It has more turret pressure. But wave clear is what you want. Boy, do we have plenty of it on the side of Afrika. Even
We
Gragas pretty
have
good for a
a
top lane
plethora.
tank, really, with wave clear.
Yeah. I like that he finished the Sunfire game and is now building Glacial Shroud instead of completing anything with the Spirit Visage.
You mean with his
Like a
Spectres?
Spirit Visage. Yeah.
Look, losing out on HP regen is not the biggest deal. The slot efficiency of having health and magic resist in one slot is fine, but it just looks yucky, doesn't it?
Yeah. You never want to see, it's always interesting to see those doubled up items.
So why do you put yourself in that position where the chat can be like WTF 2 visages? And, you know, you kind of have to wear it on your... You have to be like, yeah, they do have two cows, sorry.
Yeah. I had a moment like that last night. I was playing solo queue, and my team was really far ahead. I didn't know what the hell was happening, and all of a sudden I looked at the scoreboard, and the enemy Darius was 0 and 19, and it had nothing but hit every single type of boot possible.
Really?
And that's just all. He just tilted off the face of the earth, apparently, and said, you know what, I'm done. I'm just going to go fast, but not that fast.
I'm sad. It reminds me of the days where 2 boots singed was actually a thin when you get Merc Treads and Ninja Tabi, just for the passive on the Ninja Tabi.
Just for the hell of being annoying.
I mean, that's actually a pretty good item build when it came to early power.
Oh, no, it is, but it's hella annoying.
Well, now that Ninja Tabi is super expensive, it's not so good.
Yeah, not really. Don't see that one almost at all. Especially ever since they made Merc Treads that much more desirable as an item.
We don't see 2 boots, and we don't see no boots from AD carries very much either.
Yeah, I don't even know the last time I can really think of seeing a no boots AD carry. It was actually probably Piglet North America before I came out the Champions on his Lucian. Would do the Phantom Dancer as his last item.
All the swords build, double Phantom Dancer and Infinity Edge and the like.
Get those too sometimes.
It's harder to get.
Oh, Zephyr those days.
Exactly, the Zephyr being gone, which gave you the tenacity as well. 10% movement speed was enough to kind of make up for at least the boots one.
Sure, Mike.
Now, a bit more tricky to put it together.
What is tricky though is going to be this next dragon coming up would be third again for Jin Air, second for Afrika as they did pick up the last one. Jin Air in a much better position. Start this one up, already down to half HP. Can Afrika find it? On the hunt, still not popped. They go in for it. It's going to be the smite away by Winged. Afrika go for a fighter that he just back off. Looks like it's going to be the ladder. Pilot going forward, throws out the culling. Song Yun going to eat a little bit of damage. Uses that spell shield to mitigate some as well. And Afrika just going to push up into this tier 2 in the mid side. Still have to show a lot of respect. This TP is coming in from Trace. Flash forward by Che, throws out the Glacial Fissure, cutting him off. Song Yun gets rooted down in the backside. Well, Wild Growth comes out onto him immediately, but he's taking so much damage. Will get locked up, and he gets blown up by the collateral damage. Wing finding the kill, looking like he might go down, but no one can follow up here. Snowflower, the only one playing forward, going to have to go on a suicide mission as he walks back in, trying to distract Jin Air from the rest of his team, but it doesn't look like it's working. Lyra getting chased on. Can Trace find it? Flashes forward. That's going to be the root coming through, and that's going to be a kill for Pilot. 3 members going down. on the side of Afrika and losing the Dragon, and now looking like the Baron as well. Jin Air are taking control of this game at last.
Afrika Freaks made once again a mistake that was very reminiscent of their first round robin and the sort of thing they weren't doing in the second round robin. Their play around Dragon has been what has cost them. We talked about how that fatal engage happened outside, I believe it was second Dragon in game 1, and their play around this Dragon in a couple of ways didn't make sense. We're going to see the replay. Before this even happened, Afrika, they realized they don't have initiation, just take the turret and move down the mid lane. They don't do that, and then they split. The tank line is in mid lane. Sivir and Lulu are the only ones. Sungyun overstays, has to flash over the ridge to the Raptor camp, and then is just left alone as the first person to deny it. The tank lane is full. The tank line is full health in the middle of mid lane, and the carries are both next to the Raptor camp. That should never ever happen, but they split away. Again, just rewind back to the Dragon fight. We don't have initiation. We have Sivir ult. We have excellent turret damage. Just Sivir ult down the mid lane. Take the inner turret as a trade for Dragon. Instead, you overextend trying to get that damage. Teleport comes in, team panics. Tank line splits away from the carries, and this is the result.
Yeah. Rough stuff, and it looks like this could be the unraveling of Afrika like we saw in the first game. This time just about 17 minutes later than we saw it the first time. But now, Baron buff in tow, evening up the gold score. Here is Jin Air pushing in for this tier 2 in the mid side. Can't quite get in range though, still have a very strong wave clear on the side of Afrika. Songyun, look at that damage coming through, almost gets the concussive blows popped onto him, which almost certainly would have been his death. Will be able to get out alive, however. Wildgrow's still available, but we can see Jin Air able to just stick around, have that wave building up in the top side and the bottom side as well. Slow pushing toward the base of Afrika.
See Jin Air step up. They're definitely get a lot of turret damage.
Just have to let
Easy
this go.
in a turret down. Another reason why I don't like this build from the Lulu, the Luden's Echo, is that while the wave clear is accentuated when you are against regular minions, against Baron buff minions, it provides nothing. Sivir obviously doing her best to clear them out, but really little that even this massive wave clear team can do against this push.
Yeah, and this is just going to be another tier 2 going down. Lyra having to back off on Mana Tower Falls. It's already 2 picked up here by Jin Air as they finally acquire a gold lead for themselves. Complete control of this game at the moment. Just about 2,000 up above Afrika with those 2 dragons as well.
And this game is definitely been played at a different pace to game 1, but while it took a catastrophic mistake from Afrika for Jin Air to really push ahead, it's worth noting that it was only the single mistake from Afrika. They've actually been really on the ball.
Yeah.
The first 30 minutes.
But that's a game we play right now, Papa Smithy. It's
Exactly.
that one mistake can cost you everything.
It is, without a doubt, the state of League of Legends when the death timers are so long at 30 minutes, but it was a big mistake. And they made big mistakes in game 1, but it was on the back of lots of little mistakes. But sometimes you get away with little mistakes and get back into games. Rox Tigers, for example, have played over-aggressively. We've seen Rox Tigers get double killed at level 1 in the 2v2 lane
Very true.
and come back in the mid-game. But when you make those big or middle-sized mistakes in the mid-game, game changes quickly.
So though Baron buff has expired, but Grace doesn't care. He says, I'm a tanky Maokai. We'll eat a couple of those tower shots as they get some more finalizing damage in onto this tier 2, the last tier 2 standing for Afrika. Jin Air more than happy to just stick around, whittle away at this one, it seems. Still do have to be careful though. Afrika, like you said, have only really made the one mistake, and still have a lot of potential to come back into this game, as the gold separating them is really just a difference in turrets at this point.
But when they're sieging with Baron buff, do they really have that much to respect from Afrika's initiation? Like, there is a scenario where double TP, Gragas gets into the back line, but I just don't know if that's enough to really take down any members. They have dashes on all their carries, so even
You
if
need a big pick, a really big pick and a big pick.
when it's a 5-man siege, it's so hard to get instant deletion damage because that's just not something Afrika's comp does. They don't have sheer single target damage. They have good AoE damage, and Lyra does some decent burst damage on a single target, but deletion damage is not something they have in spades.
Yeah. Dragon though, getting ready to come up in 20 seconds, and this is going to be one that Afrika wants to contest for. 4th Dragon over to Jin Air would be quite strong for them. reduction on the tower damage as well. It's just that much closer to the 5th dragon.
Afrika don't really have the wards set up around it. They have double teleport and only one of their teleports in base. Makes sense. You can't really have people this late in the game all teleport in one by one.
He's going to have to go to the blue buff, and he will be going ahead and channeling on that. They have vision of him,
Let's
so
wait for the
Ixu
cast.
going to be all by himself. Can he find an opening? Dragon started up here by Jin Air. He's taking a little bit of damage. Might just come down to a smite war between Winged and Lyra. Throws out that javelin, does connect onto the Graves. He's a little bit of damage. Chunked him out. Dragon's still sticking around.
That's Alistair looking for the flank. They can't afford to have too much of their front line on the sidelines. We've already seen what happens for frequent team fights if that occurs.
Yep. Shay, though, is chunked out quite a little bit, so as much as they can whittle off of this front line of Jin Air, it's going to profit Afrika quite nicely.
Really nice. Big minion wave pushing it top.
Yeah, Dragon quite low. Wing's not there to confirm this one, so Lyra will be able to take it away. The collateral damage comes through, but it's not enough to steal. Glacial Fissure as well, going to whiff. On the hunt gets popped, and Afrika should be able to successfully disengage. So a nice back and forth nets them their 2nd dragon.
Yeah, Afrika made the clear call to rush it down the moment they saw Winged was the person sent down to bot to push.
Thank God they did not do what they did in game 1.
No, it's just a really good call. The thing about Jin Air is they had a massive wave pushing in top. They thought, okay, if we have enough time, we can potentially just push out bot, have 3 waves pushing, and then we're happy for this stalemate to continue around Dragon. No, Afrika made the decisive call. Good for them to see. An answering Dragon, it delays the 4th Dragon spike, and just means that we're probably going to get this game pushing comfortably into the 40-minute mark.
Which has to be worrisome for Afrika because that's Jin Air territory.
It's become more and more welcome for Afrika, but it definitely is Jin Air's most comfortable time in the game, and it's a game where Jin Air is ahead or even. You know, even or ahead is always the mantra for these late game teams. It's certainly Jin Air are in that scenario. Feels like Winged on the Graves will just be so much more reliable team fighting in the late game with items like more Mount Mortius and now the Bloodthirsters. So this is actually Lyra's build. A lot of these AD carries have, after the latest round of nerfs to Sterix Gauge with skipping and going for things like Phantom Dancer, Bloodthirster, other items give inherent tankiness, but not necessarily the overshield that comes from the Sterix Gauge. But Nidalee team fighting, even with Rylai's, can be unreliable. So it'll be interesting to see if Afrika, with, again, unreliable elements, can Gragas get the massive ult and just decide a team fight, or will it just be a less effective Maokai? Will Nidalee get the spear, get an assassination, or will she just be a less effective late game team fighting Graves? And Azir versus Lulu is another matchup where you feel like the utility.
Trace pitching in from below. Snowflower already chunked out on the hunt, gets popped, and they say, you know what, we just have to go for it.
Trace is completely separated.
For the pop-up. Shay going to take a little bit of damage, and now Trace on the backside goes in, finds Mickey and roots him down. Wildcard comes out immediately, and Snowflower looking like he's going to fall, and he does. Pilot finding the kill on Songyun, not able to do anything to this front line of Jin Air. They're just too damn tanky, and continuing on the advance. Songyun taking a ton of damage. The flash forward gets locked up, and he's going to go down. Pilot finishing him off with a red buff. That's 2 massive pickups here for Jin Air, and should net them this Baron. Yet again, we see the TP coming in from Trace. He's going to be able to take it up. It's reliant on a miracle steal from Afrika, and there's no one nearby. Just going to give this one up. This is not looking good if you were the Freaks.
Helios, the moment that Jin Air and Afrika actually committed to fighting, there was no ult on the Alistair, so it wasn't really a frontline. Alistair just died instantly, not tanky, level 12, no ultimate. And Ixu, as a sole frontliner, can just pale in comparison compared to Maokai, Graves, and Braum. The difference in frontlines meant that everyone just carved like butter on the side of Afrika. We're going to see the replay. So Snowfire has to pop his ult super early, and by the time Trace actually breaks into the front line and initiates, Snowfire just dies. It's only Gragas as a frontliner, and all the carries on the side of Jin Air can move up, free hit. No one's doing damage to Cruzat, no one's doing damage to Pilot, and just the nature of Graves, he does function as a hybrid frontline tank and does plenty of burst damage too.
Yeah. Wonderfully played there by Jin Air. A little bit questionable by Afrika, moving up the lane instead of trying to disengage downward towards Trace.
I really like them moving up because Trace was so stuck. He was so slow, didn't have the home guard buff. You find a fight, get a kill, and maybe just the tank Maokai is the last person to die slowly. It's just Snowflower used his ult for no reward on an initiation. They didn't have clear targeting. They didn't get anything out of it. And by the time Maokai broke, their front line was done.
Well, with that Baron pickup and the onward press of Jin Air, it's looking like this series might in fact be done as well. On the hunt gets popped.
Graves
Ixu's
can't
not
get there.
there. Ixu going forward, trying to find Pilot. Knocks him away from the team, however. They find Shay. Ixu just getting locked up. The Wild Growth has to be used on the Gragas, and he might still fall for it all the same, and he does. Pilot picking up the kill. Snowflower in the front side. Alistar ultimate there. Goes in, gets a nice two-man pulverize, but he's still all on his lonesome left on an island to die. The Jack Sparrow of Afrika, but this time he actually does go down, and Pilot finds himself another kill. 6-0-1 on this Lucian. Pilot says, you know what? No Ginsu's Rage Blade Ash. I'm going to play my Lucian, and I'm going to do it damn well.
Jin Air are going to the next round of playoffs, Achilles. It's all but inked on the piece of paper. They just won a 4v5 with no appearance, not even a downtown collateral damage from Wing. They got nothing from it. Just split push. They're going to get the bot lane turret,
Two inhibitors.
the mid lane inhibitor. It should, as you mentioned, be at least 2 inhibitor turrets, and with Snowflower and Ixu still dead, 2 inhibitors cleanly for Jin Air.
15 seconds here on Ixu. Not sure if they're going to stick around for much more. Looks like Jin Air are going to back off. Their 4th dragon spawning in 45 seconds. I'm sure they wouldn't be ready for that one. Welcome it back into this world and then swiftly take it out.
Again, the call from Afrika is fine. They do go for the initial. It's a guaranteed 5v4. It's just the execution from Ixu in particular. You need to hit that bounce. He didn't have flash up, and that was the only thing that stopped it being 100% someone either blowing flash or being bounced into the team. Not getting that bounce meant that everyone kited back into Baron buff Azir damage, and they were ripped apart.
Ripped apart is a good way to put it.
It's a Rylai's National's Tooth, Void Staff, Abyssal Scepter Azir with Baron buff. He deleted all their health bars, and another one of the reasons why Azir's back in the meta. Safe laner, control mage. He does so much consistent damage, and consistent damage is one of the ways to deal with tanky frontliners.
Yep. No wave clear, still holding out for the side of the Freaks. Not going to lose that tower in the top side quite just yet, but Jin Air have all the time in the world. More than happy to just stick around up top. Clear out these waves as they come in and wait for the super creeps to push in. Looks like Lyra going to go on a little bit of a secret mission, hop over the wall and take away the dragon. Will be 3rd, so they'll at least match that objective and deny the 4th away. But without the Nidalee there, now see, he's just going to have to recall straight back in, perhaps.
There is a soloing dragon for some reason.
He does go for it, but the waves are getting ready to crash. They're going to have to peel into the mid and bottom sides, and they're just going to lose this tower without the Nidalee.
Really not sure this is the time to solo dragon.
You're getting 3rd dragon to deny 4th. It's not worth it at this point. You have to be with your team to try to defend these waves.
Well, Jin Air just go for a turret dive. They know for sure Nidalee's not there.
Like, okay, well, we have a couple seconds before the Nidalee's here. Waves coming in from the bot side and the mid. We'll just take your turret.
Push it up, they get some damage. Remember, none of this would have happened if Nidalee was there, because the minion wave wouldn't have been able to crash so slowly.
Yep. Now turret just getting whittled away. Nidalee not going to be able to deal with these super creeps as effectively as he saw you taking a hell of a lot of damage.
God. That damage.
Yep, that damage. Ixu goes in, gets a body slam on the Pilot, has to burn the flash to try to find it. Snowflower, meanwhile, obviously Alistar ultimate almost falls. They get a bit of damage onto Wing, but that's still going to be the opening here for Pilot to push forward, take down the tower. Shay taking a lot as well, but Ixu looking like he's going to be the first one to fall here. The Wild Growth not enough to keep him alive, and Trace finds the kill. They're at the backside. Nice collateral damage by Wing, flies straight and true. They take him down. A double kill for both Wing and Trace, and it's looking like it's going to be the ace. Trace going to go down in the fountain, but they get the ace. Afrika Freaks, uncharacteristically going to fall 0-2 to Jin Air in the first set of playoff games here, and Jin Air looking alive, looking strong, coming out swinging in the first round of playoffs.
And this series provided the decisive 2-0 we expected, but who would have bet on the Jin Air Green Wings? This team always seems to have a gauntlet buff. They almost ran the gauntlet back in summer last season, and this season they start the gauntlet just with renewed vigor. This team looked at their deficiencies, a team that was very poor at playing around the new double TP meta. Game 1, they went for an Azir comp. They fell behind, but were kind of given the lifeline back into the game and just played solid from there. Game 2, they ran the double teleport. They made good teleport plays. They were never caught out. Their warding improved. We didn't see Trace overextending and dying randomly. They played solidly, and Afrika Freaks, you have to say, capitulated under the playoff pressure.
Yeah, that was very concise and decisive play there by the side of Jin Air Green Wings, and Afrika just completely faltering under the pressure of playoffs, not looking like the team that we expected them to be coming into this matchup, and ultimately failing for it. Rough stuff.
It's disappointing. I was really excited to see Afrika versus SKT, and actually I just felt like Afrika really shaped up to be more competition for SKT, but clearly that's not the answer, and we have to remember that Jin Air did famously beat SKT 2-0 first up in the first week of the season. Now, are they going to actually be food for SKT, or are they going to be competition? That much, I'm still going to give the big advantage to SKT, but Jin Air at least have answered a lot of my criticisms of them, played a lot more solid, and if they can keep taking the game to late, if they can keep playing solid and just correcting the sort of problems that really faced them in the past 4 series, who's to say it won't be, at least to some degree, competitive?
Yep. Rough way to go out for Afrika Freaks. A 2-0 for Jin Air to net them the win and move on to face SK Telecom. But Afrika, you still have to be happy in the end. Had a wonderful tear of games, a big streak, getting them into the playoffs when no one thought that they were even in contention for it. And this is a team that we're going to have to keep our eyes on as we move forward into the second round, because they just look better and better, this set aside. Your MVP, however, from the second game is Pilot with a deathless game on the Lucian, 7-0-4, 84% kill contribution as well.
And moving to the standard meta carries seems to have been the tonic for Pilot to increase his performance. He was really trying things with the Rage Blades and all other sort of craziness on the Ashe, but he goes to the Escape AD guys, goes to the meta AD guys, the likes of the Lucian. His performance in both games on Lucian was very reliable, did exactly what he needed to do. But in this game, he was just the big benefactor of having a strong, reliable front line. This game was more about having Maokai in the front line than it was really about whatever champion Pilot was playing, but his cleanup was good to see.
Yeah, good positioning throughout these team fights, keeping himself safe and aggressing when he knew that it was safe. He knew his limitations on this Lucian. It wasn't like him on this Ashe where he was getting caught, having that odd build path, not able to actually output damage. In this fight, he just knew his limits and played to them quite well. Good dash away to get him away from that cast as well. So Pilot playing like you would expect Monte Cristo's favorite AD carry to play.
And this was, of course, the 4v5. Winged nowhere in the fight, but a free 2-0 onto both of the frontliners of Afrika for Jin Air. And game ends from this last push. Pilot was solid. Jin Air in general looked more like round 1 Jin Air, and Afrika also did their game of musical chairs, and it was back to round 1 Afrika for the Freaks.
Yeah, still good decision making. You know, throughout the beginning of this game, it was solid, but fortunately in the end, it did not pay out for them, and Jin Air just able to net themselves that swift victory. And now I believe we're going to have an interview with the entirety of the Jin Air Green Wings for their first win here in playoffs in the wildcard match. So we will throw over to Robin for the translation. Robin, go ahead and take it away.
Thank you very much, Papa Smithy and Achilles, for yet another great cast on the day. And we're going to be heading to the MVP interview booth with all 5 members of the victorious Jin Air Green Wings team. Let's introduce them into the booth. Congratulations, gentlemen. Well, first of all, let's talk to Trace. Jin Air defeated Afrika and is going to be moving on to face SKT. How does it feel? Well, a match like today is the kind of performance that I expected from us in the second round of the spring split. But I'm just glad that we have been performing now, even though it is a little bit late. So Trace, and early on in the season, you made a statement that you were going to stay on the team. Was this maybe a big picture that you were drawing for yourself? Well, I guess it just kind of happened to be, you know? I didn't really expect us to do so well, but we've been doing pretty good. And I think it acts as a catalyst for me to try even harder later. Early on in the season, you were pretty much pitching a tent here in the MVP booth, as you were one of the most frequent visitors. Are you maybe a little disappointed that you stopped showing up here? Well, I didn't think we were going to lose so many matches in the second round, and yeah, I guess I am kind of disappointed. You have been on Jin Air for a long time, and you yourself, in your words, said Jin Air is a team that's very mysterious. What do you really mean by this? I think our team always does 50-50 even if we go against strong teams or weak teams. So yeah, that's why I said it was mysterious. But yeah, I think we are definitely becoming stronger as the season progresses. Well, finally, to all the young ones on the team, as the eldest member, do you have anything else to say? Well, I am getting older, you know, getting a little slower. My knee's weak. So hopefully you guys can keep driving this bus and carrying me along. Next up is Winged. So Winged. Your opponent today was Lira, who maybe did not open his eyes today. Wow, that sounded racist. How would you prepare for this matchup? I think I played a little defensively so far, and I practiced a lot trying to overcome that weakness. And right now, jungle is one of the most important positions. So I'm trying really, really hard for my team, along with trying to improve my individual mechanics and pathing. This season, you have been labeled Mr. Brazilian Smite. How did it feel to receive the spotlight? Well, it wasn't bad. I definitely think it was pretty good. And it just means that I steal Barons and Dragons well. And against SKT, hopefully I'll be able to grab a steal right under their noses. Even today, you stole a Baron. Whenever you fight in front of an objective, you never seem to lose your patience. How do you do this? I think, as you said, being patient is important. You need to be really focused on calculating which skill shots from the opponents are left and which cooldowns are left. And yeah, I think that's my secret. In an interview with the coaches today, your coach today said that when people don't think Jin are going to win, they do win. Well, I guess when people are expecting us to win, it does put pressure on us, and hopefully our fans won't be asking us and thinking that we would win the matches, so that we can just feel a little more comfortable, I guess. Hopefully you have something to say to the coaches today. Do you have anything to say? When we were on a losing streak, I think I played very poorly during those times, and our coaches were pretty worried about me. And I think I recovered, so hopefully they can stop criticizing me too much. And there's Coach Han right there on the camera. Moving on to Kuzan. Congratulations. Today you received MVP as Rise in the first game. How does it feel to take the first MVP of the playoff season? Well, I guess it feels great to win against Afrika. And I didn't really practice Rise that much. And yeah, Rise basically worked out for us. So this was your first Rise play ever, and you received an MVP. Was it maybe a pocket pick? Well, I was hoping that they would ban Rise. I played a couple games solo queue on Rise, but it wasn't as good as I thought it would be in solo queue. But today it turned out very well, so I think that's why I got the MVP. Jin is definitely different than last year. What do you think changed from last year to make you guys perform so well? Well, first of all, I think after GBM left our team, I've been practicing as the main seed, the starter, and I think that's why I've been playing very well. And there he is, Mr. GBM.
NRG GBM in the house. With his cookout.
Shameless plug. Whenever people said Jin Air, they immediately thought long games. What do you think is the reason that the games were so quick today? Well, usually we try to play really slowly, but Afrika was trying to accelerate the game today, and we were playing in reaction to that. Also, our pace increased, so I think that's why the games were very quick. As you've seen on camera just now, the former mid laner of Jinair, GBM, is here. Do you have anything to say to him? Oh, me? Well, GBM, you seem to be having a rough time abroad, but don't worry about Jinair, because I am now the new mid laner. Out with the old, back in with the new. Finally, we have... No, that's not finally. We have Pilot next up.
Finally, we have Pilot. We're excited.
Hooray!
It's been a while since we've had an interview with you. How does it feel to be in the booth once again? Well, in the regular season, I played fairly poorly, and I practiced really, really hard for the playoffs, and I'm glad that my practice has shown results. All three of historic Jinair pentakills, all pentakills on Jinair, belong to you, all three of them. Why do you think you get pentakills all the time? Well, the pentakills I got, I don't think it's because I dealt damage well or positioned well, but that my teammates kind of, prepared the meal for me, and I just went in and took the pentas. So yeah, I'm thankful for my teammates. Can we maybe expect a pentakill in the playoffs? Well, for now, my team has to support me in order for me to get a pentakill, but I don't know, man. I just hope we win. I don't really care about pentas right now.
Probably for the best.
Maybe your goals are changing every day as you're going into playoffs. What is your next goal, Pilot? Well, speaking of goals, I think I want to reach the highest seed possible and maybe go to the finals. I think that's my goal right now. After Captain Jack left the team, you stated in an interview that you feel very responsible. Do you have anything to say to Captain Jack, the traitor? In the summer season, we'll face against Longzhu, and we're gonna beat the crap out of you guys in both rounds. So be ready. Now, finally, for real this time, it's Che.
Finally, it's Che.
Today's wildcard match against Afrika, you must have been worried since the Freaks have been on such a streak. How did you prepare for this match? We didn't really have that much time due to the schedules, and we tried to reduce all our mistakes in practices. You have a very, very high win rate with Trundle, 7-2. Is there a reason that your win rate is so high on Trundle? Well, as long as you position your pillars very well, then he's a champion that you can utilize for easy wins, I guess. And I played very well, and I didn't really get many MVPs that I think maybe I deserved. I was pretty damn good, you know?
A lot of sports have really high KDAs and win rates in that Trundle.
It seems you're very vocal about your own performance today. So in the second game, Trundle was banned. When they banned Trundle, I was like, they banned it because I'm too good, man. Next up against you is SKT. How confident are you to face off against the laning phase against Wolf and Bang? I think we'll go 50-50. Maybe differentials may occur based on picks. And Bang said in an interview that he doesn't care whoever shows up. And it's the same for us, you know? We don't give a crap about who we're facing because we're going to go to the finals.
I like it. I like this Che guy.
Yeah.
Last question. Any words against SKT? We defeated Afrika and stopped their consecutive win streak. And hopefully we can set foot on the final stage. That appears to be it for the interviews. Back to you guys to wrap up the day.
Thank you very much, Robin, for the translation, as always. But yeah, strong words coming out there. You know, we don't give a hoot about USK Telecom. We're gonna beat you into the ground and go on to the finals. We'll see if they're able to do that. In a couple days, though, if you guys joined us a little bit late. Of course, to recap, a very swift 2-0 here for Generic Green Wings, closing us out in just about 2.5 hours. It's only 8:30, Papa Smithy. This is one of the earliest nights that we've had. You see, though, Genair, of course, after taking down the Freaks and ending their win streak, will go ahead and move on to face SK Telecom T1 on Friday. So no games tomorrow. We'll be coming back on Friday, then we're on Saturday, and then we have a little bit of a break, and we come back on the 23rd.
That's right. So once again, 6 p.m. Korean Standard Time, 1 hour late than the usual Champions regular season days.
Sorry
on
for
Friday
you.
and Saturday.
North Americans, making it a little bit more difficult for you guys to tune in, as unfortunate as that is. But there you go. We will be moving to a best-of-5 setup come that next matchup. No more best-of-3s from here on out. All BF5s coming up. And just, wow, what a great game from Jin Air and Africa. Unfortunately, that's where the end of the line is. But as we heard in the interviews at the beginning of the stream, Jin Air, coach not really going to have to console them, going to have to congratulate them, and then work on getting ready to face SK Telecom, because they only have a day to really prepare for that.
Still a really successful season, you have to say, for the Freaks. You know, finish 5th overall.
Absolutely.
Okay, they're going to have to really step up their playoff performances in the future, but to come from 1-6 to finish 10-8, to finish 5th, to get some points towards the World Championships, it's still a good season for them.
Absolutely. Look forward to seeing those guys in the next split. But of course, Jin Air coming up tomorrow, or 2 days from now, going up against SK Telecom T1. We'll see you guys then.